This is the Code Breaker. This is Paradox.
And this is D. What's going on? What's going on, man?
Not much. Same old, same old.
Wanted to come through and get a quick little program in, man. We don't really have there's so much going on that you kind of get overwhelmed with just thinking about, damn man, what can we talk about? What can we talk about? Damn man, my phone going off. Let me turn my joint down. Just thinking about some of the stuff. So shit, man, ain't nothing happening, man. What's going on, man? With you, man? Just making it day to day, huh?
What's been going on with you, man?
Same thing, man. Just baby girl chilling. I go looking at these looking at these up and down Cowboys,
Just
man, trying to figure stuff out with this whole season. But other than that, it's been just relaxing, slow motion. Now I go. I go. Laying low. The world is getting crazier and crazier. Got all kinds of distractions going on, but other than that, man, shit, Dylan, doing okay, man, doing okay. Family good, everything's good, man. No,
cold.
let me knock on some wood. Hold on. Yeah, let me do that.
Mm,
I'm not superstitious, but I go. Let me not tempt fate for a second here. As soon as you start to
yeah.
talk about how great and good things are, then the creator or the architect or God or Allah, Yahshua, show you different. So just respect just respecting the overall plan, man, and the timeline that I'm in,
hmm
I'm just respecting the respecting the timeline. You ever check out Loki?
Yeah. Yeah. I
What do you
watched a little bit of
what do you think about that joint, man?
it. Whoever did it did a great job. I think they just dropped a new season, right?
Yeah, they just dropped the new season, man. Loki is that
I
shit is
don't remember it that much. It was good though. I watched the series. It was really good. Good concepts.
yeah, the
It's
time
been so
traveling.
long. When did it first drop? It like 3, 4 years ago now. It wasn't. It wasn't a year ago, was it?
Talk about the first season.
Yeah,
The first season dropped in 2021, if I'm not mistaken.
something like that. 18, 20.
Yeah, the end of 2001, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Loki's official, man. I like to do the plays him. I don't know the guy's name directly, but he he's a character. he the way he plays this dude is funny as hell, man. Tom something. I don't know his last name, but yeah, this is
Yeah, he's killing it.
yeah, he fits the
Oh, so
character.
it's more than it's 3 seasons, right? 3 or 4 seasons. I remember the
This is
first
the
one.
yeah, this is
I
the
got to go back and watch it though.
no, if I'm not mistaken, this is the second season. I thought.
Oh, okay. All right. So it ain't been that long.
Uh-uh.
I'll
Nah,
have to look it up.
nah, this is season two. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. It was just the time frame between the first season and the second season.
That was a gap.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a gap, you know.
Was it because of the pandemic? I don't
Um,
remember.
nah, I mean the pandemic was already in swing when it came out, 2021, actually,
Oh, okay.
2 years ago. So
Man, it's like it was forever ago.
you hear that static?
Yeah, a little bit.
Hmm. I don't know, man. I have to
It stopped.
just stop now.
It was just there for like a split second.
All right. Well, let me know if you hear it again, because it's just I don't want to mess up the quality of the program. But yeah, man, you see how they they got real kind of like real shifty on our boy Dak, man. People was trying to talk about his demise, but yeah, our boy bounced back, man, did his thing, man, against the Chargers. And I don't want to hear, oh man, they got the last defense and the da 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 da. Yeah, but when he basically dominated a great defense, which is the Jets, right? Did you see how
Hmm.
he put up the same kind of number? Where was the energy there?
It's good that it's happening in a condensed time, right? You can really see it,
I
see
love
the
it.
see the game, the
So
gamesmanship
okay,
from the media.
you right, you right. You just heard the coach talk about we embarrassed all the quarterbacks that we played. Yeah, that is true, but you forgot the ones you did not embarrass.
Hmm.
That's why I love to compare and contrast because you can't have it both ways, man. Jalen Hurts struggles against them, and then Dak plays clean and plays his second. That was basically his second best game before this last one. His second best game is against the team that you threw 3 picks on.
Hmm.
So that's why I just be laughing, man, at this whole NFL thing, man, and the contradictions and the mind bending and you
Hmm.
know, you live in a world where it's all opinion, facts don't matter. It's like football is kind of like a microcosm of. I mean, you can even expand it: politics, relationship, advice. Geopolitics. Everybody has their own perspective, and they get in their own echo chamber and they try to find their so-called truth and just build it, build it, build it up, build it up, build it up until they can kind of like get in their castle of
People
fortitude.
trying to find balance when balance don't exist in that way, I think. But they're looking for some sort of, you know.
He throwing shots. We haven't even had no discussion. I thought that would be the opposite of balance, though, wouldn't it? If you're trying to
I don't know. I
always
think people are creating their
try
own
to
truth because they're trying to probably find some kind of balance or some kind of not balance, the center. Trying to find a center, not balance.
no, they're trying
People
to
can't
have
just
a
live
winning
in that
hand.
open
Mm-mm.
ended space. Don't they got to kind of have like
No,
an answer to everything?
no, no,
No,
bro.
they don't.
No, that ain't finding balance. Is taking
No, I
your
didn't mean
whole.
to say balance. I meant to say finding the center.
I don't even think they're trying to find the center. They're trying to find the winning hand. They're playing.
Oh, okay, that
They're
too.
playing. They're playing. They're playing. What's the spades? They're trying to check how many books they got, and they're trying to color the information a certain way to where they can get people on their side to curry favor and influence. The
Right,
biggest thing, the biggest thing on this planet is influencing other people to do things that you do not want to do or that you cannot do.
right.
One of the most powerfulest things in the world to do that. And if you can get a group of people to buy into whatever your ideology is or whatever you believe in or whatever your aspect of life is and things of that nature, then
Hmm.
you can carry favor and you can carry influence because then again, you can bend reality because you got people that are willing to move on your ideology and your whims or your whatever your ideals are. That's why
Yeah.
it's so powerful when you can get somebody that speaks about business, but they've never been a business person. They never owned anything, but they could tell you how to be an entrepreneur. I mean, it's just you got people that's not successful at dating, but they're dating coaches. You got people that are
Yeah,
like,
that's just regular hustling stuff, then.
yeah, but what I'm saying is that it's a
Just
hustle,
people just
but
running,
it but that's what I mean. If it still provides substance, it provides a reality for this person to drive around in, the new Tesla or the Bugatti or whatever vehicle they have and to show off their life because they're getting supported by the people that don't live the same life as them, then
yeah.
it bears reality. You see what I'm saying? You're making their reality, you're making their dreams come true through what they're saying to you, not necessarily the other way around. You see what I mean? Does
Yeah,
that
but
make
I think
sense?
but I think you have that. But that's your choice if you fall into those traps, isn't it? You sort of learn. We live in a society where it's a lot of people selling things and you know offering different things, and you have to sort of navigate through it. And it's not really much heavier than that.
So let's take it to the football realm.
Because we live in a place where you can just, you're allowed to set up businesses and make claims for things, and the
Yeah,
system supports that. And you have to do your research, do your due diligence. Can be emotional or desperate, but unfortunately, it happens, and those things do get preyed upon. The government steps in sometime, depending,
but what if the research you're doing is faulty?
to try to check it. But
What if the research you're doing is faulty though? What
I
if you
don't know.
don't have research?
It's a strange position, because you kind of want it this way when you
Okay.
look at some of the alternatives. So I don't know really.
When you say you sort of want it this way, what do you mean by that exactly?
Meaning, if it was more of a older traditional society, like a very religious society, like how different it would be, or any type of society that's just different than this one that exists right now, or that has existed in the past. I don't know how mad I am at this one, because it has a lot of schemers and scammers in it, or people who just make up who they are, and sell products, or sell themselves, or whatever, or sell the fantasy, versus living in a religious state or some other system, a monarch or something. So I don't know how mad I should be at this one, or upset about it, or have an issue with it.
I don't. I'm not even. See, I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about the way things are, the way things move, right? So,
All right, that's what I
you
was
know,
saying. Should I be, how mad should I be about that, or upset about it?
I can't answer that for you. That's the individual choice on how mad you should be or how mad you should be about it. Like I
Right,
said,
but if it's
that's
if it's a if
individual.
it's a if it's a conversation, that means it's possibly a concern. That means you can
Yeah,
tie that to an emotion or a logic, however you want to play that. But at the
it's
end
a
of the day, when
conversation.
people are bringing up America or capitalism or American issues, it is just that. It's something that you're pointing out, something that's not what you think is correct or should be done differently.
Yeah, I could give you the reasons why I move the way that I move, or that I think the way that I think. Right? I could say that.
Yeah, because if I celebrated this place, I wouldn't necessarily get a cosign with that. I might get some sort of negative reaction to it. So, am I making that up?
Well, from what I have seen and from what I have actually observed, um, no matter how ridiculous a concept and ideology is, there's going to be somebody who's going to rock with it if it sounds, I guess, cogent enough where it makes sense to a certain amount of people. No matter how extreme, you're going to have people that's going to follow. And if it's somebody that has a charismatic, that it factor, the thing that we can't really explain in scientific terms, that where people gravitate to it,
Yeah.
it can be something that's totally negative in the true sense of things, doing things that is incorrectly, or mistreatment type of deal. You know, of course, that's still up for interpretation because some people are not going to look at it as that. So that's what I mean. It depends on who who's viewing it from their particular perspective or their lens. By the way,
Yeah.
you
That
see what
makes
I
sense.
mean? So it's all gravitated to the person. But if you were somebody that is a strict uh so-called individual, see, I'm a person that I don't like being pulled too far left, too far right. I get to, that's what I'm saying. I get angsty when it gets kind of cult like, you know what I'm saying? I start to kind of look around and be like, okay, what why am I feeling, outside of this? You know what I mean? Like I told you, like when I was a little kid in church, I thought it was weird seeing somebody catch the Holy Ghost, you know what I'm saying? Like I was, why is my aunt falling out? And then, she cussing and smoking cigarettes when we go home, from it, you know what I'm saying? But I understand it now. But I mean, as a child, I didn't understand that whole perspective. You're telling me that the Holy Spirit, which is God, is in her, and then all of a sudden it, takes over the body, and then, you speak in tongues, and then all of a sudden, we step out of the hallowed halls of the church, and then, it's back to square one.
Yeah, I think it does happen like that for a lot of people.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's an issue with that at all, actually.
No, I think it's a very human
Yeah,
experience. If that's if you want to
but
put
it gives people an out because of how each group judges each other, the insider and the outsider.
and that's what I'm saying. So everybody's having their hands, so they're trying to sway things to their side or their perspective to have more people rocking
Because
with them.
we're talking about salesman and conversion. That's why it's all set up like that.
Conversion.
Yeah. If we was based if we was historically based on being if that was if that was the culture, then it would be nothing to indoctrinate you into. It would just be like breathing almost. It's nothing to sell you on. But unfortunately, because people are being converted and it's a whole sell, it's almost like it's a big Ponzi scheme, like, really, in a lot of ways. I think that's the problem with it because you have secular, non-secular converts. You're not born necessarily into certain things. It sets it up to where it's always going to have that conflict or that contradiction. But if this society was just always this thing, like it was automatic, you know what I mean? Everything was written and indoctrinated as a whatever you want to pick, Christian or whatever. Then we wouldn't really have to. You wouldn't have to too much worry about it because everybody would be that, and everything would run through that system. But that's not the case here. So people are trying to sell you on this one. They're trying to sell you on that one, right? You should join this one. You should join that one. You should convert from this one to this one. But I think if the society was just one thing and you was born into it, and everything that was written was based off of that, and every schools, everything that you do was that. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't really even be a conversation, really, or very very rare conversation. Maybe if you traveled outside of the nation or something. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah,
Meaning
yeah.
that everything you read, everything you write, there is no TV, there is no movie, all that's restricted. It's all insulated, no outside noise. You know what I'm saying? There is no satellite. You're not getting no information. None of that.
Yeah, so
And so
we're
you're
keeping it
just
to
this, and
yeah,
then
so we're keeping it to the clan, small groups.
yeah. So it would no, it
People,
could be the whole place, but it would just be controlled, and so it wouldn't be a lot of debate around people shouting or people going out and drinking because it wouldn't all that would be illegal, right? And it wouldn't be an option to convert because you know what I'm saying. The dynamic that's set up here is what makes it kind of funny because of how this place is kind of set up when it comes to all that stuff.
Well,
Open society basically is what I'm trying to say.
what I think religion does is collectively get a group of folks to follow the same rules with different personalities to kind of come back to a common ground. Okay, I may I may think a certain way that's a little bit different, or I deviate from you in my lifestyle and what I like or dislike because that's just personally me. But I'm still going to follow Allah strictly. I'm gonna still pray 3 times. We're going to follow the Ramadan. We're going to do things that are disciplined, right, within our religious
Yeah,
doctrine.
but by law, by state,
But
by
that's what I'm saying.
government,
Yeah,
by everything.
it's a
Yeah,
religious lifestyle that follows the
everything.
culture, and it
Yeah.
becomes a part of your lifestyle to where it's almost like automatic that there are certain things. I mean, they're not the same people. Everybody not monolithic either there, but they follow the
But you're
same
forcing it though. You're
guidelines.
trying to make it as monolithic
Right.
as possible.
Exactly. Which
Yeah.
kind of keeps things, I guess, in check as far as that is concerned.
Yeah.
But what does
Because
that look
things are
like?
going to be happening, but you'll have religious police. You'll have things to check and deal with all of your fallout,
Right.
your secret little secret groups and things at all levels of power. At the end of the day, obviously, but
Do you
because
think
everybody's indulging.
do you think that that's a doable option for human beings to be under?
I mean, it's been existing for thousands of years. So clearly, I guess it's one way to do it.
Yeah, but everybody doesn't follow those tenets exactly.
What do you mean everybody don't follow those? What do you mean everybody?
Well, what I'm saying about you, I thought you was talking about like if we was all kind of like doing the same things or following the same, we will automatically kind of be lock and step, you know, following the same, I guess, what we would consider to be code or guidelines or whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, it's always. I mean, it's obviously it's always a work in progress, though.
So
So you could,
that's what I'm
yeah, you could
asking.
do
Like,
that.
do you
Societies
think
do it. You could do it.
do you think that that's something that's viable for a large population, especially if a population never lived like that before, do you think it's easier to change those people, or you think you got to force them
Nah,
to change?
no, I think all of it's force. I think all of it's force.
Okay.
Because you got to keep people in line. Human beings, clearly, we have thoughts and dreams and and desires. So
Mhm.
obviously, the government and religious leaders and family members all have to be on the same page for the most part, trying to keep all that under control. And like you said, people, that can't handle it. I'm sure those ones would probably be escaping, right? Trying to get out.
Mhm.
But it could be any sense. It don't have to be religious. It could be just, a king or a dictator, whatever you want to call them. Same thing, you know. Requires a lot to maintain large numbers of people. I mean, trying to keep them on that kind of page at least. But that seems to be the way it go. I'm guessing in general. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's worse or better. I mean, it's just one option, just one thing that exists, I should say. Just depends on where you're born, basically, at this point.
Yeah.
Where and when you're born. Because it all works.
Yeah, it's fascinating, man. Just how people get caught in these silos and whatever feels comfortable for them. I guess that's what it comes down to, man. Whatever you feel comfortable with, that's what you should rock with, I guess, in a sense. You know, because I mean, if that's what motivates you to be the best you to a degree.
You said
Yeah,
what now?
I'm saying if, like, how some people you may know of that they do certain things and this is like, nah, man, I ain't, that ain't me, man. I ain't with that, bro. But that's just how they rock. That's just their energy. You know what I mean? So it's just allowing people to be what they're gonna do. I mean, we live in a society where that's the option. We don't live in something that's a little bit more constraint to where it holds people bound by um their choices. And I guess
Well, you have a lot more freedoms.
yeah, I
A
guess
lot more freedoms.
at the end of the day, that's you have to have the ability to accept those that live completely different than you, even though you may stay next door to them. So
Yeah, that's the struggle.
that's the struggle. Because then when you have children, you don't want your children to have a certain type of, if you have a stricter lifestyle, right? There's a reason why we're doing this, by the way, y'all. We have a stricter lifestyle, by the way, right? And you say, I don't want my children to be involved into this. Well, then you have options to isolate yourself. You can always do your best to isolate yourself. There are places in this country where there's very few people that stay around. I have been to towns where there's maybe like 100 people
Yep.
in this
50,
nation.
100. Yeah.
You can get all of the isolation that you want, all of it. People work from home. You got technology now, and you can raise your kids in relative solitude and come in a certain neighborhood area. You can do that. Even here in the United States, you can do that. You have that option if you have the ability to get income, remotely. So I think the problem here overall is that we have a control issue. People want to control other folks, tell them what to do, to a degree.
Yeah.
It's not just enough to, now I'm gonna do me, you do you. You know what I'm saying? People say that, but I don't know how many people really, really mean that, because then if that's the case, it extrapolates. I know you have this alternative lifestyle. I don't agree with it, but I can't impede you from practicing whatever you're practicing over there because I don't have the ability to enforce any kind of punishment upon you.
Nor should you.
It,
Yeah.
That's my next point. Nor should
Yeah.
I.
Of course, that's ridiculous. You're one individual person.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what I'm confused about, right? Because I listen to a lot of people about things, and when they deal with politics, I think that they look at politics as this thing of trying to have a social control, especially over families and women and just different things that you're trying to control, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you have to understand, if you are pushing the American experience or the American experiment of freedoms, so-called freedoms, especially about having the ability, life and liberty and all that jazz, or whatever the case may be. And there are certain laws that are passed to protect people, right? To give them the right to practice their particular, whatever it is,
Mm-hmm.
as long as it's in the confines of the law, you cannot do anything about it. The only thing that you could do is remove yourself from that particular space, you and your family, your children, or whatever, and live somewhere where that doesn't take place as much, and where you can have a little bit more control. If you have the ability to, in certain places around this country, which you do have that option is here. You could do that. You don't have to leave the country to get that kind of isolation.
No, you can also organize. You have lots of options.
You can go to North Dakota. You can go to Wyoming. You can go to some places where you can live in a mountain somewhere. I mean, hey, you have the ability to kind of do
You
that.
live in a lot of cities, man. Hundreds of cities, hundreds of towns, thousands of towns. A lot of places to go.
I'm even saying where people want to be like, I don't want my children, because see, here's the thing. You know, we live in a world of
But that's where protesting comes in at, and passing laws, changing laws, repealing laws, a whole bunch of other things that people can do to push back on things they don't like or that they do like. I think it took 30, 40 years to get marijuana passed, 50 years of complaining. We're still not done yet, I guess. At least it's able to get softened up a little bit more than in the past.
Man, I am trying to tell you, man, I am to the point, especially as I get older and I start to have more and more conversations with people about different things. I'm seeing that, a lot of people, even when they're not even trying to do it, they want control of other folks. And that seems to be very, very important. And I'm like, well, why are you so worried about what they're doing over there? You know what I'm saying? Like, if that has nothing to do with you, have anybody harmed you from doing that? Do they touched you, or you know what I'm saying, how they violated you in some kind of way? You know what I mean? Like, I need to get to, because there could be some things that may be triggering people from doing certain things. They feel a certain way, or they have thought it out and say, I think that these people just don't deserve to have a voice. They don't deserve to have it out here.
I don't know about that part though. The deserve part. Yeah, everybody deserves to have a voice. That's the crazy part.
I'm speaking for people. You hear this all the time. I'm just trying to talk it out. Like you,
right? But I think individuals need to organize if they need to get something done or to change something. I don't think it's deeper than that. The rest of it is just people running their mouths, really.
Paradox. When you have a presidential candidate that want to go back to the grandfather clauses, of the 60s, right, telling you that you have to take a test to prove your citizenry to vote, right? To vote.
Yeah, I got you.
And you have people that rock with that,
right?
That's what
if you vote for it, you vote for it. If it is what it is. If we can get it through Congress.
You have a point. If he get it through Congress, man, then we got bigger fish to fry. But yeah, but
I don't think it's that heavy. It's just what the society wants. That's the whole point of voting. So I mean, I wouldn't dramatize any of it.
so
At the end of the
okay.
day,
So
I mean,
let's
if
go.
you support what you
with that.
support.
So let's go with that. So if
But you're
society
talking
was
about you, but you're talking about people who are polling at like 3%. So I mean, I don't even think it really matters really.
but it
And now, and now they done pull all the funding, so even the donors are out on 99 on everybody. So
but if you feel if you have passion enough to think that going this other way, which pulls the more secular kind of viewpoint, right? That
yeah,
that is the end of the world, that everything's going to end because this is what the society allows to happen now. It breaks down family, breaks down, everything else, and we done went too far with it. This not other, and these are some of the things that I actually agree with. I have just the
you mean
view.
as far as what politicians?
Yeah, well, politicians are using. What I'm saying, people are
Because
using.
they're just looking for anything. I mean, that's
They're
not even
using.
a good.
They're
I don't
using
know how good of an
social.
example that is. Because they'll just say anything to get
Perfect.
attention.
It's a perfect
It
example.
could be anything.
No, it's a perfect example. I see people that are running on social dynamics to where
Yeah,
people
but you throw stuff
push.
out there to see can you get attention. Is what I'm trying to say.
I but what I'm saying is
Then
fast
running for
track.
politics, you're trying to get attention. So what can I say to get attention? I don't think it's really that much deeper. Like what can I say to get attention? Meaning that if I say this and I get attention, clearly there's something there, even if it's a very small percentage of people. But you can pretty much say anything, and people you'll find somebody that like it. You could literally say anything.
That's what I was saying earlier. That's what I meant by what I was saying. Like no matter how extreme, no matter how
I don't
chaotic,
even know if it's
no matter.
extreme. It's just one of the things that exist in a society.
Well, what I mean by
They're not
extreme,
pulling nothing. Nobody's pulling anything from thin air that I've heard. It's based in something that has either happened in the past, or something that's happening in the present, or something that wants to
you
happen in the
just
future. Right?
you just
It's
said that
not really totally radically
you
out of
just said
control.
that it polls. You said it polls at 3%. That means that it's on the extreme end where people pretty much don't hold that view or the same kind of viewpoint that you do. Maybe they hold some of the tenets, but they don't go that far with it. Is what I'm saying. That's what I mean by extreme. Like
Extreme. Oh, okay.
they're pushing it to the other level of it. It's like
So you're looking for everything to get headlines to get attention. It's just
it's like
part of the
pushing it.
political game.
It's like pushing it extra left, right? Like saying that
Say anything.
every TV show needs to have a gay relationship. Why is that the
All
case?
right.
Why?
Or nobody should have
Right.
plastics in their house. I mean, it could be anything.
But that's what I mean. It's just
Right.
you can push it to the level, even though that's what and we're getting back to that word balance. That's what I'm saying. The balance part is you have to accept some of the negative aspects of the good parts that you're going to receive with living in a society or an environment that's like this, that has the so-called freedoms that they have. Is going to be a downside to it, and that's, you weigh it against that. And when we talked about the stricter type of environment, is that more, does that environment makes it more difficult to hold on to that environment when it's pushed up against something that's like this? You see what I'm saying? And how does that look to people naturally, human beings, when they say, well, I can be here and do this, or I can choose to do this if I'm in that environment, but I'm not punished by, having extra flogs on my back with sticks, forcing me to do this when it's not something that I really want to do at that particular time. You see what I'm saying? Like there's a difference. Even though I may
Yeah.
still do it, I'm still part of the culture. But if I don't wake up at 7 a.m. and then, say the Lord's Prayer and then, bow 3 times to the east,
Or
then
have a picture of Mao in your house, and police come check it, and
you know what I'm saying? Like
check every house in the neighborhood.
so
to make sure
so what I would suggest
crazy stories.
to you that is happening is that anytime that we pull to any kind of extremes, there's always going to be the opposite extreme or the other side that pulls into what we try to figure out to be balanced, but it's always going to be negatives to the positive or positive to the negatives. That's just how the architect designed it. Basically. You know,
Because I'm assuming countries that are ran by kings or dictators, you don't really have extremes. You just have whatever they say.
right?
So
And
you
you
don't get
deal
to
with
have you don't get to have a conversation about it
there
like
you
we
go.
are.
There you go.
So I never know what's really extreme in a sense when I think about this country. Sometimes I'm like, well, us being able to have a conversation alone is probably
Well, when you talk to somebody
says a
long enough
lot.
and they say, well, I want to have this kind of control, and you think about, well, where are you from actually? And then you understand that they come from a more restrictive environment. Okay, then that makes sense for them because they're used to people, heavy hand, like you do this. And we don't have no discussion here. There's no discussion. You do it or you don't do it, right? There's some
Mm-hmm.
things in this country that is like that, though. Actually, there are some things in this country that there's a hard line, but
Yep.
other things where it's very loosely based, and you're not going to be looked upon as um, it's not going to be punishable by law if you do not practice it. That.
Mm-hmm.
And when they opened up voting for everybody, that's one of those things, and that's what I'm saying about the extreme example. Instead of saying like everybody doing certain things to kind of qualify for it, we're saying like if you haven't voted for your local congressman, something like that, like something doable, like something that
Yeah.
makes more sense. You didn't vote for your local congressman, then you can't participate in the presidential, something like that. That makes
Right.
more sense to the whole, because that means you're an active voter, like you're actively voting,
Yeah. Or everybody should maybe serve in the military when they turn 18
Yeah, I mean they used to
as a law or something.
but they used to do selective service. They don't do that anymore, though, right? They don't do selective service anymore. Like when we was 18, we had to sign up. You had to do that.
Nah.
You had to go down to, whether you going to Largo or something, you have to
Right.
sign up and hey, go to the little office right there on the corner of you already know.
Yeah. You're trying to find out, and you're also trying to find out what people think benefits the society the best, and what do enough people agree on that makes sense. But politicians saying random things, I don't really, it is what it is at the end of the day.
So I just think about this thing about control, man, and when I hear people talk about femininity, and then I think about control, back to that again. And I know you don't really delve into this all this much, and I hate to use the low hanging fruit, man. But I was just watching Jada. The other day, man, talk about her and Will's relationship, and I'm just looking at her eyes, bro, and I'm looking at how she elocutes and she communicates, and I'm just like, man, that woman looks like she's been held captive for like what, 20? How long they been together? Bro?
Mm-hmm.
Since the 90s, right? They're a little bit older than us. Man, that's tough, man. To be in a situation like that with a joint that just it's going to look crazy when you hold a woman hot, in my opinion. This is just my opinion. She's going to look very, very hostile towards you if you hold her hostage like that in a relationship for whatever reason.
Yeah, I guess it ain't my business.
I'm just
One
saying,
individual couple. I mean, it has no value of anything to me.
Well, I'm just saying, like, just forget them for a second. I'm just saying, like, extrapolate them from who they are. I'm just saying the example. Right?
They're nobody. It's a piece of code in the machine.
That is a fact. But I'm saying just as their example as far as relationship is concerned. How do you view that?
People are in all type of relationships. I don't know what that means. What's unique about those people?
I'm just saying, just as you look at them, just what is your perspective on that? I'm just curious to hear your viewpoint.
I have
a little bit different.
got nothing. It's nothing. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. Are they divorced or are they married still? I don't know. Are they married? I don't even know, right?
She say they separated, bro.
Oh, yeah. So I mean, just typical stuff. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's spectacular about any of it. It's just a long relationship and it's messy. What's much more to say about it? Divorce courts are full of that stuff, right? Marriage counsel places are full of that stuff. Millions and millions of them. I don't know what makes it unique to anything, though. That's what I'm saying.
So why do you think people?
Outside of gossip, fucking
So why do you think people?
Hollywood TMZ stuff.
So why do you think that
You might well
people
talk
care
about Kim
about?
Kardashian and Kanye or whoever. I don't know.
What from whatever
It's
reason,
just
even
entertainment
though
stuff. It's not real. It's nothing.
for whatever reason, even though Kim and Kanye's relationship is very, very public, it doesn't seem to be as intimately known as Jada and Will for some reason.
I haven't. I'm not into celebrities like that.
I have tried. Listen, man.
So I'm not intimately known into any. I have no connection to any of that stuff.
I have tried my best to
So I
stay out
hear
of
about it,
even.
but I don't really. It's nothing
Listen,
really. It's nothing that. It's nothing there. I mean, it's just. It doesn't. Outside of them being celebrities, and I guess if you're a so-called black person and you're part of the urban environment and you connect to it culturally, that you feel like you're their friends. I mean, yeah, sure, from that position, I guess. I mean, whatever, right? I mean, but I don't. Yeah, I don't know them. So I don't connect to celebrities that way. I like to be entertained by people, and that's kind of mostly that's kind of it, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? So watching Will Smith be on what's the name of that show back in the day? Fresh Prince. Or watching her being in Woo and
I never watched that
what do
show,
you
man.
want? I don't know what to say about it. I mean,
I
it's
never really
just
even
two
watched that show.
people
It's crazy, but
that's together, and now what you would say is that because they're celebrities and that they resonate. So when they say something like "we're in an open relationship," back in 2005, that
yeah.
people that the energy from your black environment or maybe even the black and white environment is
Uh-huh.
so visceral that it draws you into it. I understand the
Well, you just
celebrity power of it,
now
but
see
it doesn't
why
have any
you just
I
you
don't
just
connect
said
to it
you
like
just
that
said
though.
that you. I'm not talking about you. Listen, man. Sometimes if we're going to have a conversation about some of these things, to me, I'm
Because
separating.
it's celebrity stuff. It's invented. It's artificial.
Well,
That's all I'm
well,
saying. It's not real. They
it's
don't
all.
exist.
Listen,
No,
it's
it ain't all. My
all.
life is real. That
No,
stuff
no.
is fantasy.
Listen what I'm saying to you. Listen what I'm saying to you.
So it's hard to connect to
Anybody
something that's not real. It's not
anybody that's
real.
projected on a television or projected into whatever they deem
A
or
lot
they
of it.
call a celebrity, that's always been capped anyway, like they're not regular people. I get that.
Yeah,
She's a
people
regular
have
chick from
elevated
Baltimore.
these people.
Hold
They're
on.
being elevated through this filter of celebrity. It has bothered me my whole life. It still bothers me to this day. They're not gods. I don't
I
care what they do. I'm not connected to them like that. Just
I
put me on
know.
put on a
I
TV show for me and let me entertain me, and I'm good money. The rest of what you're doing,
I'm
do
trying to
not
say that.
care.
I'm trying to say this for a reason. I'm having a conversation about it, not to elevate them. You know that I
That's
don't.
what it does. Just by you injecting their name into the conversation, you literally just did exactly what they want. That's how this all works. And
It
because
may
black people think that celebrities are their friends because somehow we have this weird connection with one another. And I think a lot of people think that you think you actually know who Tupac is and you think you know who these people are, or you know someone who know them because you're from the area. And then I know you, and so I'm close to all that stuff. I'm I'm good. I'm good on it. It's goofy to me. It always has been. Even when I was a kid, I was like, yo, just show me a good movie with you in it. I love that. The rest of it, be Denzel. I don't want to hear about your family. You know what I'm saying? You're freaks, whatever you're doing. But that's the entertainment part of it, though. That's what drives the numbers, the
I'm
clicks,
not
the
even
views.
trying.
That's what
I'm
sells
not
her
trying.
book.
I'm trying to separate it from the fame.
It's impossible.
I'm trying to
It's an
separate it and just
impossibility.
use what the example is. A woman that's with a
The
man that she
moment
don't
you
want to be with.
inject
That's
it,
it.
it's celebrity. It ain't about none of that though. It's about it's she's doing this, he's doing this. So the celebrity world is doing this. And then we want to have a conversation about relationships because of these. Man, get out of here. I'm good. I don't,
It
that
doesn't,
stuff
but
is silly to me, man.
that's what I'm saying. That it's still happening, regardless of
No, it's
you know.
Hollywood. It's Cosmo. It's the Cosmo magazine stuff. Michelle and Barack and Michelle get divorced. Hey guys, let's talk about relationships and getting divorced. That's what this is. It's so stupid. It's so stupid that they get to drive the narrative when you want to talk about something and then you want to study them, dissect them, and then try to apply it. Nah, I'm good, bro. This ain't E News, Code Breaker channel, or whatever those channels are on YouTube. Celebrity
Uh,
channels.
I was just trying to use them as an example of a
No,
relationship.
people live vicariously through celebrities. It's been that way our whole lives. It was there before we was here.
That's
So
true.
I understand what's happening. I get it clearly. People literally live through these people's lives every day,
Getting hit.
day in and day out. Everything that they do, you do. And then it filters through our whole society from the bottom to the top. Especially the ones that are the more dramatic, the more drama filled ones, especially, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those are the hottest ones, most infamous ones. And then we all feed off of that. Even when people are trying to act like they're not doing that, but that's really what you're doing, in my opinion. There's no way around it, right?
Well, how would you
You
think
just
that
did it.
I did? How would you think you would be able to actually avoid that from happening though? Give me
It's
an
nothing to
example.
talk about. Who cares? Things happen every day in relationships. So I mean, what's there to talk about?
But if you
You
wanted to
think it's
talk about
entertaining?
it,
Didn't
but
you
then
didn't you do it? Didn't you and your people have something yesterday or last week or a month ago? I mean, what's there to talk about? It's the same old same old.
Mhm.
Relationship stuff is one of the most boring things to talk about. What's there to talk about? It happens every day.
And it's such an individual thing too. It's like such
It
a
only gets spicy because of clicks and views, though, and getting
it's such
attention.
a it's such an individual thing. But people, but what I was trying to talk about
Remember
was
that?
how
Remember
it
that
affects other
couple
people.
who made up that argument about giving giving the girlfriend's other son a cheeseburger from McDonald's. They made it up. They didn't think it was going to go that viral.
I
So
don't
they came out and confessed.
I don't remember that though. What part was
You
that
remember
though?
that? You know the dude had drove up. I don't know what city he was in. He had drove up, and the I guess his ex that has his son also has other kids by other men, and he only brought McDonald's for the one. He said, "I'm not
Oh
bringing it,"
yeah,
but they made it
yeah,
up.
yeah,
But look at what the internet did
yeah,
with it. Even though they said
yeah,
they made it up, the internet kept going
yeah,
because it wasn't about them, right?
yeah.
It was
And
about getting your piece of flesh and getting your talking
I
points
think
or
I think it's the
whatever
same
your
thing.
goal is on the internet is to get to run your narratives that you're already doing anyway,
I
reconfirms
I
feedback loops and stuff.
I think it's the same thing as the Cheesecake Factory female joint. Like I just saw that recently. Like it's like it's so embedded into
Huh.
this cycle of narratives that it finds its way to still reaching you some kind of way, even though you don't want to see it, you don't want to deal with it. You just minding your own business, and then it can come up in your feed, or somebody will send you the video. Hey, check this out, or do this, or take a look at this. You don't have to look at it, but it's just after a while, you're like, all right, let me just click on it or whatever. And then you just be like, you fall into that little rabbit hole and you're like, damn, this is crazy. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
like
Like,
you
you look
said,
at
just shows you
people,
what's trending.
you know.
It's what's trending, what people are into. And not everybody, but enough people for enough people to click it and get it trending.
Mhm.
Yeah. So you can talk about that, what trends on the internet and why.
Well, that's what I was trying to get to. I wasn't trying to talk
Well,
about
why things trend.
specifically. Yeah, I'm talking about the power of the gravity. Why do people attach to it? You kind of attacked it in a different way to make it seem like, I'm just not going to talk about it. But I'm just thinking about, why are people so hell bent on attaching themselves to what their relationship is, what they do individually, and how they respond to each other. Those are just two people, but it does also have an effect, obviously, if other people are ingesting that energy, right? That it can
Yeah,
actually probably,
when you breed batches of people on celebrity for the last 5 generations, this is what you get.
and it can possibly have an effect on how you start to treat your significant other or somebody that you're dealing with, because
What do you mean? Hollywood has a massive
you know,
effect on society.
and that's
Clearly.
what I'm saying. That's what I was trying to kind of talk about, using them as a bridge to kind of get into a more deeper conversation about the nuance about how you can take that example of how they're dealing with each other, however it is, how messy it is, whatever the case may be, and you
can look at the agenda of Hollywood and how Hollywood wants maybe how they promote more of a secular lifestyle. Y'all can have that conversation.
Okay,
so you want to talk about that,
but go deeper into the secular house,
or just
lifestyle.
just making making people less innocent by showing them violent movies at younger ages. I don't know what thing what they're really up to, but I mean, Hollywood and really it may not even be Hollywood, even though we assume it's Hollywood. Maybe it's the culture. Maybe it's really the culture truly asking for it, right? So you can look at it like that too. I'm like, well, Hollywood wasn't always showing this, so
right.
So trying to not showing people kissing, and then all the way to where you are now, but.
Yeah,
I never know if it's the chicken or the egg thing. So I mean, Hollywood is doing it, but it's kind of like, is somebody asking for them to do it, or are they just doing it on their own? I don't know.
Is art imitating life, or is life imitating art?
Right. Putting in rating systems and things like that, or when pornography became a thing in Hollywood, promoting pornography. Like I mean that stuff, yeah, but I mean that is part of that whole environment. But
it's a loopy feedback. So if you see somebody's experience that is, say it's celebrity wise and it's messy or it's like that, and then you have experienced a little bit of that in your own life,
you connect.
You exactly, and you
be it cancer, be it a celebrity having cancer and going through the cancer treatment,
right?
And you relate to that, or it be a divorce, whichever one it is. Yeah, and now we become the social media just put it on steroids. So now you can really connect with people who you are glamored by.
There was one I forgot the celebrity that said this. The person that said this was a very popular person, but they were talking about people getting autographs, and they never understood, why are they looking at me like this? Why are they looking at me like this? And another person, I guess, that was popular with them said they're looking at it like this because this person has an actual relationship with you. They've been watching you intimately for how long you've been popular, famous, and they've been talking about their friends to you and about how they view you and this and that other. It's a one-way relationship, you know what I'm saying? But
generally speaking, since children no longer, or for the last 40 years or 50 years maybe, aren't really as controlled by their parents as before, you are allowed to have that relationship and no one is checking it either.
Right.
So the posters in your room, you're talking and basically becoming, they becoming your god in a sense.
Yeah.
Which is why when you end up going to the concerts, people pass out, fall out, have convulsions, etc.
Because what I was going to lead to, like how people even say they call themselves social influencers, like it gets, it's a little, hold on now, like what we doing here?
Beehive, Swifties, all that stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Become it's a light cult. It's a very light cult.
Exactly right. And that's
but human beings have a tendency to be drawn into cults, though, no matter if it's the USA, the Constitution, the Bible, whatever. It's a weird tendency that humans have en masse.
That goes back to my original conversation about when you look at the deck of cards.
But it's a light. I guess it's a light version. I don't know if you could. I always wondered though if a celebrity finally turns so-called evil and says, "I want all of my followers to kill themselves," would they do it? I don't know.
Man, look,
it's possible.
I don't even want to even think about if a certain someone says that, what would happen? Like seriously.
Yeah. I'm just surprised that it hasn't happened by now, to be honest with you. But they don't want to mess up the money, but
right.
It's just a matter of time before you get a true psychopath to do it at some point.
Right.
We're so thorough in this country that I guess you kind of know better, probably, but I don't know. You never know. Because I wonder, could you start a rep? Nah, these people are cowards. Though. Never mind. I was gonna go somewhere with that, but most people in this country are soft as butterscotch. So they're not going. do what I was thinking. Maybe not even religious people would even do it though. To be honest with you, this point we're such puff cakes now.
No,
But I was thinking maybe a celebrity could get people to do something violent, like try to overthrow, but they don't. This is all fantasy stuff, so unfortunately, it's not really that I can think of off the top of my mind right now. I don't think it's anything that people would go that hard with. You think?
so how do you feel about somebody that's like
I don't know.
that look to somebody that's like a say like a social guru and they pay them monthly and they're not individual getting individual type of counseling, it's just part of their Patreon or whatever it may be. How do you feel about
Mhm.
an influencer that has that kind of network? Do you think they deserve it, or you think that's something that's part of that like cult following that you're talking about?
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm talking about real stuff, big boy stuff. So you talking about someone like Michael Jackson had a cult following because he had made them do some weird things. I don't know if he asked for some real things to happen, would people do it? I never know about that part because America got so many systems in place to deal with stuff. I always wondered about that. How would they handle that? You know, because it always even then it seems like when people get too crazy about a celebrity, they kind of cool them off a little bit. I wonder if there's something to that. You know.
Have you been to the
But I don't know about the Patreon thing. I guess it depends though, but I don't know.
have you been
On a
to the
smaller scale, I don't know.
have you been to the International Spy Museum downtown?
Yeah.
What did you think when you went there? Did you go through the whole exhibit? Did you get to go through everything?
No, it's been a minute. Did I go to the? Is this a new one or the old one? They had one
The
before,
new
right?
one. The new one. Yeah, they did.
No, I ain't been to the new
It's
one.
right
I
across.
think I was.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I haven't been to the new one. No.
Yeah, man, it's worth it,
You were
man.
telling me. You was telling me about it.
Yeah, man, it's worth it, bro. It's worth it. Like the stuff that we're talking about, because it just doesn't work with. There are things that are. It's funny because I really want to kind of like not really go that deep into it, but
As far as what mind control.
um, I wouldn't call it mind control. I think it's just the words that we're using, the things that we use, the words that we're using. When we say culture, when you say culture, right? That's my culture.
Mm-hmm.
If you take URE off of it, what does it spell?
Cool.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like pattern. Remember I was telling you that humans are like collectively connected, like a stream. It's a stream of consciousness, right? Like it's like
There's patterns.
right,
Lots of patterns.
right.
Yeah.
And
Makes us more efficient, I
they
think.
they have a whole exhibit on code breakers at the museum. Remember I was
Right.
telling you about that?
Yep.
A whole exhibit, bro. It's fascinating. That's all I'm gonna say. It's fascinating, bro. And it's just like, wow, wow. And you can go through. You can even run like well, they'll check with you first, and they'll ask you some questions, and they'll be like, hey, because then they'll ask you like, well, do you do this? You do this? They're trying to figure out how much information or whatever you're willing to take in or what you're willing to dive into. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because once you see it, you can't unsee it, right? So they say, well, we got some testing. We can test you out and see exactly where you at as far as the information that we can share with you. So they'll say, hey, run this little quick psyop. You can be this particular person, and they'll give you like it's crazy, man. You have to just go through it. It's like it's cool, man. It's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But nah, I was trying to keep it light and just kind of talk about that and kind of think about how overall that has such a large effect on relationships, even when you don't want it to, because somebody else has ingested that kind of energy and they're projecting it out or living it out, even whether they want to experience it, they haven't experienced it yet, they're going through it right now, and they're just kind of keeping that same kind of energy alive and making it reality in their own life, even though they don't live exactly like those two people do, but they feel connected to them, or they feel like they know them. So that connection is very, very real, by the way. Fandom is very, very real in that sense. It's a one-way relationship most of the time.
Well, another thing is that people might try to bend some things that don't really work as well. So it gets probably more complicated than anyway, because if one person is following somebody and trying to be like them, but they're actually with somebody, it'll break that a lot, just because you can't make the person be like the other person. That's where it gets. But those people get kind of silly and goofy people at that point.
I don't think so, man. I think that there is a control and let go mechanism when it comes down to human, right? Like, you become a parent, right?
But you got your family members, you got people, you got your pastor. It depends on your lifestyle, who you look up to, who you mirror. So I don't know about broad brushing anything when it comes to some of that stuff.
I could be wrong.
But I will say this. I will say this as on a collective. I would say that you maybe get two options: restricted and unrestricted. And you have a society where it's saying, let's be more secular, and you have Hollywood and other apparatuses in the country that's pushing in every way possible, including using celebrities, but in every way possible, to be more free, more open, and less restricted. Marriage traditionally is restrictive. And so I would give you that, at least, that this nation, or the whole Western society as a whole, is trying to make things as open as they possibly can for the regular everyday person, and that you're not going to be bound by religion, or bound by marriage, or bound by whatever, I guess, outside of the law itself, the man's law itself. So you'll be bound by that. You may be bound by some other restrictions with pure, the purity of water or something, right? You may have some other restrictions in place, or how much power you can use, something like that. But when it comes to like social behaviors and relations with other human beings, we've seen this sort of open it up completely. And celebrities are used for that, and I guess other people are used for that too, where it's okay to be divorced, it's okay to be by yourself, it's okay to have multiple marriages. Everything that wasn't okay when it came to human beings being a certain way in this society or around the world, this society has decided to give you the option to do the opposite of that. I would give you that, because in the past, historically, at least in Europe, I guess, and in America, it was I'm sure it didn't look good to not be with somebody, or to be divorced, right?
Well, that's what I'm.
So we want to normalize divorce. We want to normalize whatever, all the social stuff. Getting tattoos, whatever it is. Bikinis, pornography. Whatever you want to pick. All of the social human stuff that in the past, at least in America, that was looked at as the underworld or underground, or the whatever, the juke joints and place that was at the end of town, or wherever they were, right? They give you permission to say, now you can do it out loud. That's probably the biggest thing. And I definitely know Hollywood has helped with that for sure. Because if you're in certain environments, right, and you hear somebody that's been divorced a couple of times, you look at them like, whoa. But once Madonna's been married 9 times, you're like, well, marriage doesn't mean anything. That's cool. You mean that kind of influence, right?
It's like boy and girlfriend. Yeah, right? It might as well be boyfriend and girlfriend, right?
So Hollywood collectively, with their celebrities, I think, have influenced tons of people to take that pressure or that condemnation off of themselves, and they don't feel bad because they've been married 3 times, or whatever, or never married, or whatever you want to pick. Pick one of the things. Pick one of the rules that people broke, that now they're like.
But that's what I'm trying to say to you. You said about 30 minutes ago that none of that is actually real, which it isn't real in a sense of it being their life. But it doesn't mean that they're not going to try to manifest it in their own lifestyle or their life, whatever they're doing at the present moment. For instance, right? Remember when threesomes used to be like?
Well, I was saying, Hollywood is pushing an agenda. I would give you that.
Let me give you an example.
I wouldn't argue that point with you at all. They trying to destroy marriage.
You remember when threesomes used to be like this taboo thing? Now threesomes are just it's
The
it's
norm.
it's normal. It's like
It's norm.
you're not going to meet too many. No, let me take this back. Let me walk it back. Let me walk that back because I'm not going to speak for everybody in this.
Yeah,
That's
people
another.
because people do a lot of talking. That they
Yeah,
do things. But
I think it's
we'll
become.
just go with it's pretty normal now.
I would say that it has become a little bit more common than what it was when we were younger. Or
When we was younger, they were talking about it. 20 years now, you can say it pretty much around most people,
right,
and nobody's going to feel offended
right,
because
exactly.
they've
Exactly.
that's not Hollywood to me though. But the
That
society,
is okay.
the universities most likely, but
Women
whoever
kissing
plugs
women on
themselves.
TV. Women kissing women on TV. Men kissing men on TV. That wasn't something that was considered normal when we was coming up. When we was children.
Right. I was focused on the threesome part, but I got you. Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah, that was all through television. Yeah.
Yeah.
Through conversation, I guess, in real life, but TV showed it. I'll put it that way.
It's the reason why it has such a effect is almost like it transports you into this larger social grouping. It's like social media. That's why social media has become like the new thing now. So when people have their phone, they're connected to these people, their followers or whatever, or whoever they
But I will say this: I still have a funny feeling though that television in Hollywood is lagging behind because they're not really creative, in my opinion, to be honest with you. So I feel like the society is doing something and then they're showing it. They're not at the tip of the spear of it.
No, I agree. This is human behavior. Of course, at the end of the day, it's
so
happening.
What I mean is that as a society is becoming more
we're talking about the acceptance part though. So
what I mean is that that not Hollywood, but laws that obviously started to break apart because this doesn't do with Hollywood, obviously. But here there's human beings and groups, organizations and groups in this country that is pushing for whatever they want to push for, right? And some of it is to relax the restriction on sexuality. And so that's what you're getting. And then Hollywood is going to get funded and then come behind and sort of reinforce the things that are already being pushed by organizations and universities and other people historically in this country. Let me say it that way. So when you see a man and a two men kiss on TV, that's already been set up historically, right? It's already been that's been a process to get to that point.
It's been a process, yeah.
Yeah, and Hollywood has showed it, but it's not like Hollywood just said, "Hey, we're gonna do this today," and boom, and we're gonna change society. No, other people outside of Hollywood have been working on that, state by state, county by county, government stuff and organizations and all that type of stuff. Including Hollywood, of course, including that, obviously.
No matter how much fantasy you can provide, no matter how you can be in outer space, and it's going to imitate what is happening in real life. Just like how you can kind of attribute Star Wars to politics and geopolitics, Star Trek to
because if Hollywood only showed the same thing that they showed in 1940, this society, in my opinion, would still be the same. It just wouldn't be on television. We'd just be living it. I don't know how much television is speeding the process up. I can't measure it.
I think the acceptance part for the overall collective mindset that is connected, it connects through the television also. I believe that.
So I'm gonna give you an example of what I mean. People wasn't selling more or less crack based off of a hit rap song that came out.
No.
Raps, you see what I'm saying? Rap song wasn't. We wasn't rapping about crack in the 50s, and then it manifested itself in the 70s, and we're all
exactly right. No,
so the Hollywood stuff is delayed, but they're trying to. People are constantly trying to get the credit for it to mask the system that's been pushing it in the background. You're really not going to be able to see.
So stay right there. So why is that? Why do they blame Hollywood and them for the societal pressures that are already existing before?
Because maybe it's easy for simple-minded people.
The reason why Dope Man was such a hit is because we went outside and we saw what they were talking about. Right?
But it was 20 years later. But it's been selling though 30 years.
But that's what I'm saying. But we saw that, like, hey man, give me a hit. Dope man, man, fuck that shit. Dope man. You know, you just can't quit. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
it's a
Because
brother
Hollywood
man.
isn't. They're not. It's not a creative place. They don't create. They take and then they show it. So they're even pulling it from a book or an idea or from an environment that already exists, and then they're going to put it on screen. That's how I look at Hollywood anyway. I don't give them too much credit for being that really that truly creative with
Well,
ideas.
I wouldn't say that they're not. I mean, I don't know about that. I can't.
I've seen too many movies that I had to research and find out there was a book written about it
Yeah,
50 years
yeah.
ago, and I'm like,
Of
the
course,
book
I'm
is
saying,
amazing,
but
and I'm like,
it's
this is the movie. I could have did better than this, but I was like,
there.
yeah, Hollywood's not creative because every single movie and TV show
But
comes
we just
from
talked about
something.
it.
Yeah, that's
We just
all
talked
bad, but
about it.
not
I
every
mean,
one of them,
if
but many of them.
you, I mean, how far you want to go back? I mean, the Bible is about, a certain, sure, like it's about the Egyptian story,
Yeah,
a
yeah,
resurrection. So I mean, how far
yeah.
you want to go back in this? I mean, there it treks all the way. You
Yeah,
know,
I was making a point about Hollywood specifically about
no, it's creative. It's
their
creative.
level
You
of
can set it.
creativity isn't
You
that.
create it. You create it for your environment. You create it for your society and what
But
it
they are opportunistic. I will give you that. They're opportunistic. They have good
yeah,
timing. They
very
know
creative.
they know where the
Listen,
society is. Because like I said, if they showed something that didn't work, that didn't make sense to people, it wouldn't work. So when they show two men kiss, that means a lot of men be kissing because it worked.
right.
Because if that didn't exist in this
It
reality,
couldn't happen.
it would have been instant rejection.
Yeah. Who does that?
People may not want to show it because it's
Right.
done in quiet, but
Right.
it's clearly happening.
Clearly been happening
Yeah.
since the beginning.
Yeah.
Since the very beginning. Yeah, no doubt. That's not nothing new.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying,
Kidnappings, crazy, all those
right.
crazy things about that stuff's been there. All that's why they always say it's like a movie when you see something happen because movies can't even come up with they're not creative enough to come up with some of the things that happen in real life. And they even confess to that on a regular basis. Like if we put this in a movie, people wouldn't even believe it. Some of the things that we do, just in society as a whole. So that was just my whole point about the Hollywood thing. I don't give them too much credit for creativity, but
No, the creativity is
very
creating
opportunistic though. I would give them that.
manifesting. I mean, manifestation, I think is probably more of a better word. Maybe that's what it is. They're
Yeah,
manifesting life experiences and putting it
yeah,
into different,
yeah,
into a different kind of context to where
yeah,
human beings, when they watch it, they can relate and connect to. The
yeah,
connection part is what I'm saying. Control connection. Generally, people are trying to control what they connect with. That's my husband,
yeah,
that's my wife, that's my child,
yeah.
that's my brother, that's my sister, which means that there's some kind of ownership over that. Don't mess with my brother, don't mess with my sister, don't mess with my mom.
And people tend to give advice, and that's the part that also gets left out too. Many people. It's not almost everybody. Get advice. Don't be like this, and don't be like that. And that's where I get conflicted when I'm talking about certain things because I'm like, well, yeah, maybe the celebrity's doing this, but somebody told you you're not them or don't be like that. So that's just the world. That's just the world that I live in. People are constantly giving advice about what you should and shouldn't do my whole life. So if you're in that environment, that's what you're used to, then just because the person is following somebody and somebody says you probably shouldn't follow them, well, somebody told you not to do it, at some point in your life. And that to me brings what you would say is balance back, doesn't it?
That's what it all leads to at the end, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man.
Or try to bring you back to center. I don't know if you're going to make it back, but at least try to.
That's the same thing. You're still talking about balance at the end of the day.
Yeah, because you can, because people, it just like you said. But then I would say this: I guess the more the society leans more secular, that advice will have less. Some of the advice, I guess, will have less value to because people might encourage you to follow celebrities these days,
No,
and it's okay.
it
I
has
don't even know
it has
anymore. Who
it
knows?
has it has more value because, like, we even going back to the beginning, people are influencers. People are like many deities to a lot of people. They don't
Yeah, influencers. Yeah,
they don't talk about them in such way, but they do. They look forward to what they got to say, and it's so
yeah,
true. That's a true thing. What you said. No, that's just their opinion. I mean, when it comes down to it, that's just their opinion about what they experienced. It's not. There's no
yeah.
real truth to what they're saying. It's just how they view the world. You know what I mean? There's no absolute truth to talking about
But I
relationship.
think also is you also will learn. So I don't think it's a big deal either. I don't think it's a big deal either way, though, because you'll learn. You can
Yeah,
follow whoever you want to follow, and you will
yeah,
learn. It's called experience in life.
yeah,
So
yeah. You will learn.
even in that conversation, it doesn't. I don't know what the value outside of having life experience will deal with most of that stuff. So you can give advice to somebody, and you can follow whoever you want to follow, and be just like them. It might work out for you,
I have
and you have that choice, and you can get advice, and life will also play a dictation into it. So you can just go through the process anyway. Everyone's going to go through that process. A lot of kids are even learning now. The more I follow a lot of these streamers, right, that they're learning that they need to go outside. It took care of itself. People were saying people don't need,
that's what I'm
kids
saying.
this and kids
Exactly
that.
right.
But
Yeah.
it's funny that the more I've been following a lot of these younger streamers, it's just been enjoyable to me because the way they're at 22 talking about I gotta go outside.
Yeah.
They're up the street like y'all need to
Gotta
get off
touch.
the internet and
I
go
gotta touch
outside.
grass. I
You
gotta
you
touch grass.
22 and saying
And
that?
I'm saying, and they're naturally doing that, which is even better than
It's
forcing them
so
to do
funny.
it.
It's
But I'm
so
saying,
funny,
don't you
though, isn't it?
understand that it's better that that's naturally just happening instead of forcing someone to do something? That's what I'm saying.
That's-
Like
We're
it's
both
like
agreeing on the whole thing about I don't need to be judging. You can give advice, and you don't have to turn it
right,
into a whole
right.
following of trying to tell people what to do. Is what I'm trying to say. Like all that stuff isn't necessary.
But what if I
That's what I'm
get?
saying.
But what if I get paid and I get a lot of money from doing that?
Well, then there you go. Well, you put the finance into it, and there you go. You hold on as long as you can hold on to, right? You hold on to it as long as you
I'm
can hold
just
on
saying.
to it.
I mean, if somebody get paid
Let
to
the
do this, they're gonna do it.
let the market decide. How about that? Then? That's the other answer.
I
Let the
don't know
market
about.
decide.
Yeah, that's tricky too. That's tricky.
No, it's
That's
not.
tricky. No,
Things have runs. Guess what? Big
let the
clothes are back
market
now. Back,
decide.
back.
No,
Baggy
I
clothes are
ain't.
back.
No, I
Huh?
can't. No, I'm not with that, bro. Let the market
Baggy.
decide. That's
Baggy
tricky.
clothes are back.
That's tricky. I get all that. That's not what I'm talking about. Let the market decide. You know what I
Pick
mean.
something.
You
Cars,
know what I mean, man.
electricity, oil, corn, food, price. What do you mean? Pick something. What do you want to pick?
We was
The market's going to decide on divorce rates.
I
Being
could have.
single and having kids and not having. The market's going to. It's going to play a role in all that stuff. That's just one piece, though, of many pieces.
You just stated something that was
Matter
organic.
of fact, if all the prices come down, just say that all the prices for everything just cut by 50% tomorrow, it's going to change all type of behaviors. You're going to see all type of weird things happen.
That's
You don't
what
think
I
so?
mean. Yeah, but that's what I mean. When you say let the market decide, I mean you can bend that to where people can be forced to do certain things just because.
I'm gonna give you a better example.
Like we talked about COVID, right? The pandemic when it first came out, and how we figured out how we are caught up into a collective psyop. You know, you didn't believe it was that deep, before, but I'm like, yo, we are a collective. We deal with things, we deal with collective pressures all the time. And if something comes down to where
yes and no, but I got you. I agree. I agree with you. But my issue is how.
Hold on.
Because of how it happened. Because of how it happened.
Quick.
That's what bothers me about it. I know how it happened.
Just quickly.
People are cowards.
It's funny. It's funny because like either we're gonna be like we're okay with it, or you're gonna want to.
No, you're right. You're right about it. But my point is that how it happened when you say it, it's just the how part, meaning that if this company, and this company is like a domino effect. That's all I'm saying. Just when I visualize it, it's like man, because it's like you're all thinking independently, but then the moment them dominoes start falling, it's like, oh, stand their attention,
right?
It's like, yo, you was just over here. Now
so you say let the market decide.
On me.
That's just like saying, well, these banks shouldn't be in existence.
Like Matrix.
But we already know what that is when it comes down to it. What really takes place, in a sense that where everybody can kind of, where everything does fall away, and then we do fall into a collective mindset. That
I wouldn't say we fell into anything. That's I was pushing back on some of the language.
We are a collective
because I watched how it happened.
Paradox.
So it's kind of like it wasn't like someone hit a button and
There's
people just
variants.
like a machine. They
That-
had to
you
they had to
know,
run, they had to run so much fear propaganda.
you know why
They
I
had to
like
pull
Loki?
so many. They had to pull
You,
so many levers
do you
to
know why I like
get
Loki?
people in line. It was crazy
Do you
watching that
know why
happen.
I like Loki? By the way, do you know why I like Loki? That's
No.
what they call the sacred timeline, right? Which is
Yeah.
the official, like the main one.
Yes.
This is
Yes.
this is
Yes.
this is everything that's just, and then
And
you
watch it
have,
all day.
yeah, and then it's variants, right?
Yep.
Which is basically decisions that are made offside. That it kind of veers off the timeline, and these are like alternative lives, and they have to. It all has to be accounted for. It all
Yep.
has to be accounted for. But there's still this main sacred timeline, because if everything falls, that's why they can get rid of the variants. That's why they can get rid of them. You know.
Yeah. They had to bring the time. They had to. I forgot what they used to do. It's been a
But I'm
while.
saying, but what I'm saying is the
Because
sacred
then they had to kind of
timeline.
like break. They didn't break it up. They kind of didn't like merge it back. I forgot how they did it when they
But
showed it
that's
visually.
but that's what I'm saying. Like when the one who, the one who remains, basically, when he basically was kind of protecting the sacred timeline, that's what he was saying. Like, if this falls apart, everything is it's done. It's chaos. It's not gonna you're not gonna have order. So
Right.
in chaos, there's order. In order, there's chaos. It's a back and forth, yin and yang. The ancients understood this. It's like you can't deviate from it. You have to accept it. You have to accept both. That's what I mean. You have to have an acceptance of both. There is no one way or the other. You can live that way. You can do it, but you're going to be pulled, because there's going to be a pushback from that extreme side.
Right.
It always is. My point of my remaining life on this planet, for however long that I'm going to remain in my timeline, is to just kind of let go of control. For me, I'm not trying to control people, and what they think. Nah, I'm off that.
You did that before?
I have tried to be not to that level of controlling people, but I have tried to influence people to not think a certain way, maybe open their mind to a certain deal. But I have to understand that there's a reason why they're thinking this way. It's almost like I said, the Dak Prescott conversation is saying to me. Like, I can list out all the facts about why he's this, right? But it don't matter. It literally it does.
You gotta win, baby.
But no,
you gotta have the numbers. You gotta have a good argument. Listen, you do.
That's what I'm saying.
You do. You gotta give me something. You gotta give me something to fight with.
It will only win. So it will only be true.
Win.
Hold on. It will only be true if you.
That's what makes it true.
Hold on. No. It will only
gonna make it true.
No. Listen what I'm saying. What you saying will only be true if we only had two great quarterbacks in the league, and that's not what it is. And the other quarterback that was great in the league that's over the last 10 years, he's retired. There's only one that's left that has won multiple championships, and that's Pat. That's Patrick Mahomes, right? So everybody else is not great. They're just good, or very good,
or bad,
or horrible, right? That's what I'm saying. So, but that's not.
But what I'm saying is that what is required. What's required to get those titles, though?
But that's not what's happening, though. Paradox. That's not reality. That's not what people are saying. So when you try to have this deviation kind of conversation, then that's when I pull on, because if we're going off that championships and winning, and that's what does it, and this type of deal, okay,
great, had to have great games, shred some defenses.
There's a guy in the AFC before Patrick got into the AFC. Patrick had went to the last 4 or 5 AFC championship games straight, bro.
Yep, 4 in a row.
There's only 2 people that participate in that game, right?
Yeah.
There ain't no Lamar Jacksons. There ain't no Justin Herberts. There ain't no what's the other kid there? Joe Burrow. He's won it. He's one and done. He's been there one time. No, he's been there twice. But what I'm saying is, he's been there twice. He didn't go to the Super Bowl last year because Patrick didn't beat him. But you have, if you want to kind of include him into discussion, maybe Joe. But then who else?
No, because like you said, you still got to tie all the rest into it. to have a real conversation. Of course, you gotta tie the receivers into it, the tight ends, the line, the coaching, everything.
That's what I mean.
You have to be almost you have to be almost not say necessarily a perfect environment, but it has to be you have to be pretty lucky. The timing has to be, a lot of things have to be right to be able to get into that conversation. I think it ain't just you by yourself. You know that.
Absolutely.
Because they talk about those guys, but in the context of sports, obviously you're just going to maybe mention them at some point, but you're going to really focus on the winning stuff. That tends to drive most of the narratives and conversations for everybody.
If you watch these games, Paradox, where a penalty can either take you or not take you, I think of even last year, there was like a pass interference call, if I'm not mistaken, that got Patrick and them down into field goal range, right? I know I'm not tripping. Which means that they were down, they wouldn't have went to the Super Bowl if it didn't happen. That's how narratives can change. That's what I'm saying.
Doesn't have change. That's how it works. It's like winning the lottery.
Listen what I'm saying to you, man.
Yeah, it is. It's like winning the lottery. Your whole life changed from that one win. Everything changes. You know that.
This is why I don't like having. This is what I'm saying. Like we live in an environment now to where people.
That's how it works.
Listen, what I'm saying, man. We live in an environment now where if you're going to use, I'm going to use what you say. Okay, so what is your criteria? Oh yeah, you got to win. You got to do this. You got to pressure all this.
I need great moments in tight situations. I need you to pull. It's like watching a warfare happen, right? I need you to be down, pull yourself up, pull your team together.
Yeah,
and that perception has to fit. Yeah. It all has to make sense, and you know what it looks like because you've seen it before.
I have never seen as much put onto one person in such a team sport or narrative as it is in football. It's one of the most amazing things.
Tom Brady and Belichick sort of messed up the whole sport. They really the ones that did it, to be honest with you. Because I ain't never seen a quarterback do that. Well, maybe Dak and a couple other guys that has those many comebacks. Just he had them in bigger games, of course. Right. But the ability to close the game out, it's just so rare
to win.
But he kept doing it. And it's like you ruined it because before you had balance.
And
Belichick's and them, they ruined the balance of football. In my opinion, they don't even talk about that though.
You know what most of his games look like? It looked like what Dak did the other day. That's what it didn't matter who they played. It looked 20-17, 17-14. That's what I'm saying. It was all the time.
That defense held them in check.
34-27, right. 30-27. It was always close. A field goal.
Perfect. By the way, perfect division to be in for 20 years.
Listen, what I'm telling you.
The Dolphins and the Jets.
And that's what I'm saying. When you find that calm, because think about it. If before. Now,
perfect, man.
This is a
10-year drought.
This is how I want to tell you the differences, right? I'm gonna correlate these two, and I'm gonna show you how the narrative can flip. The first playoff push that Tom Brady went to, right? The snow game. Everybody remember it. Sloppy ass game. Oakland is winning. Oakland should have won that game.
Is that the Tuck?
The Tuck rule. Charles Woodson blitz Tom Brady, gets him, bang, got him, ball out, church money on the field, yo, it's on the field, baby, yo, we going to the Super Bowl again, and you got to remember, if I'm not mistaken, the Raiders went the year before, so they was already basically
crazy, right?
They're like repeating.
It's been rough on them for all this time. I have to tell you, it's crazy.
If that fumble stands.
Yep.
I don't think
history changes.
It's everything. That's what I'm saying about these times.
Everything changes.
That's what I'm trying to tell. It's a very if it's hinged. If your greatness,
everything changes.
If your greatness is hinged off a moment like that,
we can all Dak to leave Dallas.
And then I go back to Tony Romo.
Let's change
Tony Romo first year starting. The fumble snap. We coming back. We running back. Oh man, we about to win this joint. Seattle, and if I'm not mistaken, Seattle went to the Super Bowl the year before. Remember?
Yep.
Seattle went to the Super Bowl the year before.
Yep.
With my man that's on TV, Matt Hasselbeck. Matt Hasselbeck was balling. People don't remember.
He was balling.
Yeah,
I remember
the ball, everything. So Tony Romo come back. We drive all the way down the field. We're like, yeah, we about to go to the bowl, baby. We about to not go to the bowl. We got to go to the next round of the playoffs. Man, we got this kid, Tony Romo. He ready. Dude, the fumble snap. everything becomes a narrative after that. Can win the big one. It just snowballs. The only person I see overcome that was Peyton Manning. That's why I give Peyton Manning. It's almost like to overcome what he overcame. All those innocent. I mean, I used to see. It used to be everybody do it. He would run into New England. It's just like Dak. It's like Dak, but Dak has experienced it with San Francisco. That's how it was.
Yep.
They played New England in the playoffs. Peyton Manning would throw 2 or 3 picks. And it's normally at the end of the game. It was it's just Willie. Remember when Willie McGinnis got him one year? He got him on the goal line. He fumbled the ball. Willie really running for a touchdown. I'm like, God damn, you niggas ain't gonna never win, dog. You ain't gonna never beat him. And when the thing is, once he saw Tom Brady, I think he was like 5-1 after that in the play. Like Tom couldn't beat him no more. The illusion was gone. Like it was like, oh, this is just he found that calm. Like it was like, yeah, the wizard has no clothes, the emperor don't have no clothes. Like it's not the Wizard of Oz type of deal. It's not what you think it is. That's what I mean by the mind, how powerful it is to break it. You see what I'm saying? And that's sports too. It's the same thing. You can bend the narrative where people that don't even know football, they'll say Dak is trash. They'll just say it. Because they heard it repeated over and over. He can't be good. He can't throw this. And even when you see him do it, throw tight windows. He's the best tight window thrower in the game. He does this. The numbers bear it out. Wow, I don't. You don't do it in club. I mean, it keeps going. You know
but people, I'm gonna tell you, if he does it, but if he does it in the right moments, though, he will get the credit. I'm telling you. People want to see him do it. He just has to do it.
So everybody that's great got to do it because the kid that he just played. Hold on, this is what I'm trying to say though. Paradox. We went through the Dak lens, man. It can't be true for him and not true for other people. So Justin Herbert, what is he then? You see him play? He's
disappearing. He's disappearing.
Listen what I'm saying. And this is not right because you're trying to hold this kid to a standard that he never projected. So you hold him to something that he didn't even create for himself. So you instead of letting his play dictate who he is, you're putting all this pressure on this kid to be something that he's not ready to be yet. He's a great quarterback, and it's like, nah, man, I'm still learning. I'm like in my fifth year in the league. I'm still kind of going through these changes. I'm trying to figure things out. No, you're better than Dak Prescott, so you can handle all the pressure. And I'm saying you got Keenan Allen, a top flight receiver. You got Jordan Palmer, a first round draft choice.
Man, I love that dude.
That's the one that you're talking about. Beast, right?
Man.
Beast. Everett, you got a tight end that kills the seams, very athletic, like Antonio Gates the second, and you have a decent running back in Austin Eckler that can catch and run that motherfucker on people all day long.
Yeah,
all day long.
All day.
And the thing is, people were wide open, way more wide open than what our scheme was. Your scheme was better than our scheme, not just the players. And you're saying that you're the supernova quarterback, your top 5, so. Yeah, that's easy lunch, right? That should be easy money. Because what I've been told is that what we've been told, great quarterbacks can do what? What can great quarterbacks do?
Carry a team.
You see how the narrative is just automatic. I could say half of the sentence and you can finish it on out. That's how embedded this shit is. And you're not just talking about great quarterbacks being Patrick Mahomes, because that's all should be there. If you're gonna
but it does show you how you can manifest a narrative. It does show you how it works either in politics, society, stereotypes of people.
Exactly.
This does it does help you explain how it could be done.
Exactly. Exactly right. And that's why I started off with that, because we go through it even when we could even be talking to so-called Cowboy fans. We'd be right there and we'll see. You remember the Trevor Lawrence game, right? With Jacksonville. Remember we were talking to dude that he was just like, man, and it's like he manifested. He's like, I told you. So everything he did before the drop. Now that was a drop ball, right? But that don't mean nothing. Don't matter. Don't matter. No matter the ball was dropped, right? Nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about that. The ball was intercepted and it got yarded. It got took to the house.
It's like Jalen throwing 4 picks. It's not going to make the news because they don't have that. But remember, those organizations don't have that machine set up either. By the way,
that's why sports. Sports
don't give Jerry and Dallas. Don't give them a pass. because we are the machine. We've negotiated these deals with these media organizations, and we're allowing them to profit. So they're gonna keep doing what they're doing, no matter who's playing for our team. By the way, it's not gonna matter who.
Who's the boss of the league? Who's the boss of the NFL? Who's the boss of the NFL? The boss of all bosses.
Our owner, Jerry Jones.
If there's a godfather,
he's the ringleader.
If there's a godfather, like I'm talking about, like, you know.
But you know what? Because they can't figure out how he's doing it. Like you can't really duplicate it. You should be able to duplicate this.
I'm talking about Vito Corleone here. Like instead of having an Italian accent, he has a country hick accent. In New York City, if he sits at the head of the table, I can imagine at the head of the table when he speaks, what everybody doing? E.F. Hutton? It's E.F. Hutton, right? Yeah. 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 That's not hyperbole. That's facts, bro. That's
and
facts.
you can't, and it's almost, you can't reject it almost either. That's the other creepy part about
That's what I'm saying. So Roger Goodell is supposed to be the boss of them, right? He's supposed to be their commissioner.
Yeah.
But I imagine that
in name only.
No, he's paid by the owners to be their boss. That's the way it works. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to work.
Right. He's paid to keep them within the bounds of the rules.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, stop. He's a front man, bro. It's like HR at a company or something. Right?
Hold on.
He's just a front man at the end of the day. They can do. The owners can do whatever they want to do, whenever they want to do it. You know that.
That's what I'm saying. And the owner of all owners is who?
Yeah, Jerry.
That people don't even call it. Everybody call this man just. I mean, it's the most it's the most craziest thing that you will ever see, man. It's like
yeah. I'm sure he probably didn't think it would get this popular. But whatever he's doing is working. Obviously, it's working. In the social media era, it's working because social media needs to be fed content on 24/7 basis. So think about it. Everybody historically, I think 25, 30 years ago, we was living in the same kind of scenario. Most of these people would have been out of here. They would have had a good little run, and they would have been kind of tamped down. But social media kind of works the opposite. You know what I'm saying? And so you get your Donald Trump president, you get your Jerry Jones, mega team going, even getting bigger and bigger, and a whole bunch of other people that I think in the past wouldn't have been able to be as loud. But social media feeds off of it, though.
Mm-hmm.
So it allows all those people in the past that would have got tamped down to get loud, or loud enough at least. Would have never happened in the past on this scale. And not even that's a bad thing either, by the way. It's just interesting how that works. Because social media, well, outside of the controls that they put on it, it's a whole other issue, but gives a bigger voice to people, right?
I just think it's interesting to see that the biggest capital in the world is your mind. That's the biggest capital in the world, man. The most influential thing to do to people is to control their way of thinking, and them not to even know it. If you can get it done without them even knowing it, and it's automatic like this, like I said.
But what's the alternative though to that statement?
I'm just saying it as an observation. There is.
But would that apply to individual who was by themselves living in the jungle, bound by the laws of absolute nature?
This is only a thought because I never known how it has been to live in such a constricted environment like that.
If you ran off right now and dumped yourself into the jungle on your own, you just walked yourself into Brazil and went into the Amazon by yourself.
I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to do that as I'm thinking about it right now. I think that it will be a little bit more organic.
Or the desert, for that matter.
Yeah, I think I think you would be more in tune with the environment at the current moment. You be in.
No, the environment's going to kill you and eat you. Is what's going to happen, actually.
Yeah, of course, that too.
So you need that for about 3 minutes, and that'll be it. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on, 3 minutes. I can't hold up for more than 3 minutes. More than 3 minutes.
No, if you was born there, sure.
Hold on.
But if I dump you there, no.
You can't survive
3 minutes
in that jungle for 3 minutes. You're gonna look like a whole meal and like, oh snap!
Everything's gonna eat you. Everything. Pick something. all they do is eat each other the whole time. Either they're having sex or eating each other. One of the two. Keep it simple. Whole bunch of other complex things are happening too, of course, with the environment.
Hold on. You said 3 minutes, man. Make that make sense. 3 minutes, man. You drop somebody off that's been living in a city or
an urban environment. I give you 3 minutes. That's it.
Until you dead.
Yeah, you in somebody's belly. Yep. Or you're being feasted on by many, many insects. One of the
two. You can't even sit down for a minute. Be like, God damn, this mother tastes like, this is.
But the cool thing about it, there are human beings that live there, of course, and they can guide you, right?
That's what I'm
saying. The guide you're looking for to don't touch this, walk this way, go here, go here. Don't step there, don't go down that way.
You said 3 minutes. That is funny, man.
It's impressive that the human beings can live there. You know, it's impressive. Not many, but they do. They're there.
You would prefer.
It's not a place where you can probably produce a lot of people.
It would be difficult to get used to it after being socialized to this kind of environment.
Well, I think the planet and the environment tells you that just by history, right? Is that human beings cannot be in large numbers on this planet without what we've created. So when you say some things that you say, it's interesting because without the things that we have now, me and you wouldn't even exist.
Right.
We wouldn't even be here. And no one is listening. We wouldn't even exist. It wouldn't be 8 billion people on the planet. Probably more like, I don't know, 20 million or something for all I know, 100 million people maybe.
If nothing happened to where there was no artificial or not as many artificial environments, because I would imagine that
no agricultural, no storage, none of the things that we started doing some thousands of years ago. Yeah, we would be. Yeah, you're living off the land. You're not gonna be able to produce the humans. We're not designed that way. People don't realize. You can look it up though. But there's a direct connection between like farming and stuff and human populations and stuff. All that stuff's tied to things. The access to water, et cetera, that's how you produce more people in the environment.
The mass production of it, because if you take away the water and the mass production of it, then human population would just die.
Like what you're not taught. We should be
alone,
right. What we should be taught when we're younger is the connection between human growth population and farming.
Mm-hmm.
Direct connection. Water treatment, direct connection. Certain things is why you're able to have a city this size versus this size.
Mm-hmm.
A town is this size. An environment. It's a reason why it's only so many people in this area in Afghanistan versus this place in Sierra Leone or wherever you want to pick. Right? It's reasons. Certain things allow humans to become bigger numbers or smaller. There's a lot of things that are happening.
Yeah, if it's inhabitable, they're going to move. People are going to move around.
For example, if America stopped feeding half the planet, we would lose about 3 billion people within a matter of months. But people just don't know that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
People live in places that don't even feed themselves. They get fed off of imports, 90% imports. You just don't know that. Civilians don't know it. People in general don't know it. It's not important to know. But my point is that a lot of things you're seeing obviously is artificial in itself, though. So once you have that system set up, and then people start having these fantastical ideas about these different things, it gets it loses me a little bit because people are sort of not understanding the fundamentals of why you even exist. And then you start having these fantastical thoughts about how the world should be and how things should be, but you're playing yourself to me because it's not reality. So you're like, well, why don't we have this? Or why do we have these systems? Like, yeah, you need those systems. That lets you pretend in the world that you're living in right now. But you're pretending. So when you're saying some things you're saying, that's what it's like, what are you talking about? Are you serious?
I'm talking about
you're allowed to have these fantasies. You're allowed to follow Will and Jason. You're allowed to do these things.
So having these
pretend land. So it ain't real. Like I said initially, it ain't real, bro.
So still it gets to the form of control.
It's a thought experiment, but you need all of these things. You need these things, right?
So you said that. Go ahead. Don't think about that. Just enjoy that you to the realms of whatever the society is.
I just think you have to be careful because people are trying to
just let it be. Don't complain. Miscreant. just sit back and enjoy that you are in the environment that you was in, because it could be, 1,000 times worse for you. You could be.
I wouldn't say that. No, just like you said, you're just trying to find your what makes the most sense. Like, for example, if some idiot at a corporation comes out with lead as an ingredient to put in gasoline, which causes violence and death, right? Yeah, you should probably do something about that.
Yeah, combustion. Yeah,
that makes sense. Yeah, so like you said, you have to measure a lot of things, obviously.
And that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a measured response.
You have to be very careful, though, like you said, because we have mechanisms in place that can feed us and give us water to allow us to be here and kind of play this game. It does open you up to start to have those kind of thoughts, because it's like, okay, now what about mind control? Are we batteries in a system? Are we robots? Are we being programmed? Because people start to play on it a little bit, don't they? They start to mess with us a little bit about that. You're being controlled, right? So what are you talking about? Yeah, the water system is controlling me. The oxygen levels is controlling me on the planet. Yeah, a lot of things are controlling me. What are you really talking about?
That's what I'm saying. That's more your red brethren that gets into that kind of like, Alex Jonesy, and what's the other guy? There's Alex Jones. There's
thousands of guys, many books.
Mark Levin, all these guys that they're trying to control your mind and all this.
Everybody's trying to tell you that. So it is hard as an individual, because everybody's just trying to get your attention. Because when you like you said, what you're really asking for is that, are you just trying to make the society better? Or are you trying to are you trying to end this society? Do you think this place is a bad thing? So you do have a lot of realities that are trying to assert itself. That's trying to become a reality.
So how are you going to come back to making my point? That's what I'm saying. Like, how are you going to come back to making my point? You fight against what I'm saying, and then
around the roses.
That's I don't make you. Yo, man, that's what I'm saying, man. Your name Paradox. It doesn't make, you can't make my point for me. That doesn't. It's just you go all around.
Like I told you though, but once you come off the base of things, right? All the base stuff that does allow all those things to take place, though. I didn't disagree with you with that, by the way. I'm just saying you gotta have those base things, because if you remove those things, it's not even a conversation. Those things allow us to have that fun. So play those games. But you do understand that we're playing games here, because if these things aren't.
So why are they trying to control things then? Why are they?
I think, like I told you, I think, like me you talked about before, though. Once you put in those comforts and you're not in the jungle, it allows the mind to wander, because many people in the world, even in this country, are working every day of their life. They're not thinking about anything but working. Period. Right? Millions of people are just locked in, or not. They're not doing anything. Right? So the question you also asking is that, who are we talking about? What percentage of the population are we talking about? About 10% kind of we're the ones that are pushing and pulling and controlling, roughly? Everybody else is racing, you think?
I'm gonna stay clear of making a declaration on that.
How do you play that number? Because remember, because we're not all in here. We're not. We're not all in, because that's where, because like you said, that's where it gets weird. Because if you're saying someone's on Patreon listening to another person, the first thing you said.
No,
does any of them have value in the system? Probably not.
No. I was very clear about what my perspective was, and that's, like I said, I'm letting go of so-called, like, I'm not into trying.
Let me ask you this: how many people are in the Western society?
Kind of mindset, bro.
1 billion people in the Western world, roughly.
More than that.
Maybe more than that.
2 million? In the Western world. You talking about?
I mean Western world. When I say Western world, I mean just the white part of the Western world.
So just say that.
Well, I said Western. I thought that was self-explanatory. But I think he probably don't include Japan and other India.
Yeah, well, exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Not the allies.
Roughly 1.5 billion.
But just the Americas, just basically like the Americas, Western Europe.
Probably more than that, man. It's probably more than 1.5. But let's just say, like, what, 2 billion?
I was just thinking about 1 billion people, roughly.
Yeah.
But I was just thinking that within that billion is some people who sort of push the ideology of the West. You could probably What are you saying? You're talking about 90% of people are just going to do whatever, right? That's what I was trying to get you to. Like, does it really kind of matter in a lot of ways what they're doing or not doing in the sense, as long as it's within a certain parameter? That's what I was saying. I'm not sure how deep you want to go into that because, right? Because you're saying, there's value in that, right? There's value in that 90%.
Hold on. Let me make sure, because like I said, I'm being careful here because I don't.
But your argument is that there's value with, because remember, Jada Pinkett and Will Smith is in that 90%.
What I'm saying is that,
and the people who follow them, they're in that 90% of that 2 billion, 1 billion.
Whether I so
I'm trying to get you to the. I'm trying to get it to where.
Can I explain my point of view and the reason why I even brought it up, or the reason why I even said anything about it, or deemed that it's even important enough to talk about, is because, in my opinion, I could be wrong. This is not a point of fact, okay? I'm not arguing the fact. It appears that their influence has a tremendous effect on the group of people that are classified as Black, ADOS, whatever, in this particular country, in particular, as far as relationships are concerned. So when you break it down to Black men, Black women, as far as relationships are concerned, whether I agree, hold on. Let me get what I got to say out, and then you can rebut, okay?
That was bullshit.
But don't come back around and be like, yeah, then I'm gonna hold you to that. So you saying
come back around to what?
Yeah, so we're
talking about a billion. We're talking about 1.5 billion people in a Western society. So you're gonna pull out 2 pieces of code and tell me what these little pieces of code are doing.
Exactly right, because they're anomalies. They're anomalies, and they are
not anomalies.
Hold on. You know what they can do, because they can project. They can project influence. Yes, it's the thing about Agent Smith. You can think about Agent Smith as being propaganda, right? In the machine,
yes,
right?
Okay,
he's replicating himself. He's one person at first, so he injects himself into someone. What does he do? He makes a carbon copy. No matter whatever you were at the original, you're now under my particular code. You're representing me, my thought pattern, my beliefs. This, not other. I'm saying that is what's taking an effect here. Not on that.
So what you're telling me is that Will Smith and Jada Pinkett dictate in the Black community divorce rates, singlehood rates, relationship rates. What the fuck are you talking about?
No. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
That's where you was headed.
No. Let me finish.
You picked out 2 humans in this society, and you're saying that they dictate what?
You did not let me finish. You did not let me finish. They are a reflection of what's already happening, right?
Like many others, though. What makes them unique?
Hold on, because it can duplicate. It can duplicate because it's having an effect on other people that is watching it.
I think they're a part of it, though. I don't think they're the innovators of anything. They're just another piece of the code. They're doing what other people are doing. They didn't start anything.
Paradox, please, bro.
They've been influenced.
Just allow me to get my point out, and then you can go on your long 5-minute. I'm not going to interrupt and let you just go. You can go ham. You know what I mean? You can go do whatever you're going to do.
All right. I'll let you feed Brandon. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is, you can look at Matrix Revolutions for my example, right?
Is that the new one? The new movie?
That's the last one. Is that the last one? No, I think this is the third one that I'm talking about, where Neo goes to
Revolution.
I thought it was called Matrix Revolutions, or is that the new one?
Yeah, that sounds right. No, that sounds. I don't remember.
It's the third one that I'm talking about, not the one that just came.
Right.
So the third one was when him and Agent Smith had that fight, and where he duplicated everything up in the city. What I'm saying is, I'm thinking about propaganda in that way. That's why I was using Dak Prescott as the first example. It's not that I'm arguing against that particular person. I'm arguing against a narrative that's put out there, that's infiltrated into your head, and I can't penetrate it because it's.
But if it wasn't, hold on. But if it wasn't Jada and Will, it would just be somebody else. Is what's my whole point. They're not unique.
I agree with that.
Code in the system.
I agree with that.
But people get fixated on them specifically.
So right there,
by saying their names, you don't have to say their names. Just talk about people having relationship stuff. You don't have to say anybody's name. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter what you think. That happens. So the focus is on them. There's multiple videos, multiple people are creating content, repeating the same thing, repeating their names, manifesting this type of relationship and making it way bigger than what it should be. I agree with that point of view that you have right there. What I'm saying is, I'm telling you that it has an effect to replicate itself, is what I'm saying. Their influence is a reflection of what's already happening in society, but it has a way of basically matriculating and multiplying itself within that said behavior because of all of the actual light it gets. That's what I'm saying. It's replicating itself. So it's a cell that gets out of control.
But they're not. But they're not the initial
But you
cell. They're
already
just
know.
a cell.
I know. Listen what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Please, listen what I'm saying, bro. I know that. There's nothing that they did that was unique or brand new to the human
They had to go
experience,
back many more years.
right? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying they are the originators of fuck shit, but especially when it comes down to that. No, I'm saying that what they have done, the reason why it has some, I was talking about the influence, you know.
Yeah, but that kind of ties back to the Hollywood celebrity business model, though.
You know,
tabloid. But you're talking about the tabloid. I don't want you to crisscross the tabloid business
I'm
market.
Bleak. You shadow. I'm Bleak. You know, it's like the Mo Better Blues conversation. You know, like the people are not coming. The people, and I'm like, yo, I'm going to play what the people going to play. I'm going to play what the people going to come. The people don't come, I'm going to play that. That's the argument. That's the same thing. It's like it depends on your perception of what the conversation is. And what I'm telling you, bro, is that when you can.
But the Black Hollywood business model is coming off of the white Hollywood business model. It's a business model. I don't want. Are you?
No, go ahead. I'm gonna let you go ahead and speak.
I'm skipping you, Shannon.
No, hell no, hell no, skip, no, skip.
That's what Shannon said. Shannon, go ahead.
I know.
Okay, you can let me finish. Go ahead then. No, go ahead.
Word. In this instance, that is apropos. Shout out to Stephen A. Yeah, no doubt. Go ahead, man. No, seriously, go ahead and say what you got to say, man. But what I said.
I mean, that was really it. It's just that I mean, Hollywood has a business model, and Black, Latino, and other groups of people, everyone is copying that kind of that same business model. And once you identify your celebrities by race or by culture, I think that you sort of follow a business model, because everybody in the country is sort of tied, is all captured into the Hollywood thing, going back to the 1940s and 50s or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And so the silver screen, all that type of stuff, right? And just this whole thing about becoming a celebrity and how that whole history started historically. But I don't know if Will and Jada's relationship, I just don't know. Like I told you, I don't know. I don't know how much. I don't know what the impact is specifically on their relationship, because I feel like they're just playing along within an environment where it already exists at. So they're not like they're historically they're just not the driving force of anything. That's why I didn't want to give them individually that kind of credit. And I'm not even sure if they're putting it on steroids or they're even enhancing it anymore. I don't know if you could I don't really know what it is. I just feel like they're just celebrity gossip and it gets clicks and views. But I feel like the culture has already been in this behavior pattern for so long. I just don't know how it's anything more than celebrity gossip. Now, 60, 70 years ago, maybe then that would make more sense to me. Like, oh my God, this is brand new. We've never seen this before. This is unreal. But I feel like now, I mean, it's kind of weird. How can it not be no more than celebrity gossip today? Is what I'm asking you.
Can I talk real quick?
Yeah, I'll meet up.
Let me just shut this down and not let it be shut down anymore. There is not one relationship, right? Hollywood or any other, that has this kind of level of examination to it. I mean, I'm making that leap, and I want you to go find me one. Find me one. I don't care any, and they're not the only Hollywood couple to have suffered from infidelity, divorce, abuse, even murder. Right? There's all kinds of crazy and weird shit that goes on in Hollywood, or for that matter, any of these places where these so-called celebrities live. There's all kind. Oprah Winfrey have been in a so-called situational ship for 55 years, bro. Oprah fucking Winfrey. You know what I mean? My point is this: for whatever reason, this relationship, Wade, Will, and Jada, it has captured a lot of different silos and influences. It has been able to be talked about in a manner where even people that are so-called outside of the Black community, right, in other so-called communities that are not Black or straight or heteronormative, where they have an opinion about this, and for whatever reason, I cannot even explain the power dynamic of what is so enthralling about what their relationship is. But you cannot deny the influence that they have shown as far as the reflection of their dysfunction of their relationship, which is not unique to people of all stripes that have a relationship, all kinds of relationships. Nothing is unique about it, but for whatever reason, this particular relationship, couple, or dynamic has a lot of nuance, a lot of talking points to it, to where people feel connected enough to discuss it. In my opinion, that's what we see that's going on here. That's the reason why, because people have a reaction. That's why I used, like the whole sports thing, the moniker, what I call like Dak Prescott, the scent eater of all so-called Black quarterbacks, or hell, at this moment, all bad quarterbacks in the league. So if you want to talk bad about a quarterback, you could talk bad about him because he's going to eat it all, and you could just put things on him that's not even true. You can make it true because everybody have bad games, but you cannot keep the same energy for him. And then when you see your favorite quarterback that you love and you say that's better than him, they have the same game against the same kind of defense that he dominated. Now, what can't be true here? You can't have it both ways. That's what I'm saying. So the influence of the projection of TV, social media, that all has a play here. It all has
not Dak.
Replicate. It replicates itself. That's what I mean.
But it's not Dak though, right? It's really the organization that he plays for.
And shout out to the we're gonna probably send out a link in a minute, man.
And, the other thing is with the Will thing is
hold on.
If he does say what?
Hold on for just a second. Yeah. Shout out to brother Rob, man. Appreciate you, good brother, man. Yo, when you come to DMV, man, let me and Paradox know, man. We can chop it up, man. Have a good drink, man, and chop it up, bro. Let us know when you come to the town. You come down to DC. Let us know, bro. I think this brother Rob out of Chi-Town, right? If I'm not mistaken. Let me know if that's the same Rob. If not, then still the invitation applies. But yeah, Kanye and Kim. Even with Kanye and Kim, people were interested. They had an investment, but it's not on this level. And I don't know.
I'm telling you, if Will Smith is not making hit movies, bro, you won't even be talking about him.
He haven't had a hit movie.
It's tied. It's tied
to the last hit movie he had, though. Paradox.
He's a $30 million man, bro. It's already locked in at that point. You don't got to keep doing it. You don't have to keep doing it. Dude, once it's done, it's done.
No, man. Listen, it's not the same thing.
When the last time Madonna had a hit song? It's Madonna forever now. Once you're locked in, you're locked in. Beyonce don't got to make another hit song.
Nobody cares about all.
Once it's done, it's done.
That they have. There's a lot of people that have all these kind of failed relationships in Hollywood. Why do people care this much about this one? That's what I'm trying to get you to understand, bro. There's something going on.
You're not helping me understand anything, but you're asking me a question though about why are people interested in these two particular characters, right?
Yes. And I'm saying that they are anomalies, and you don't believe that, but I'm saying there are anomalies.
You said they're anomalies.
They are anomalies outside of the cell that's replicating itself.
I don't know about that.
Bro. Yes, bro. If they're
I don't
not
know.
anomalies, if they're not anomalies in Hollywood, then we would care as much as.
Let me think about it. Let me think about it for a second. I haven't thought about it.
We would care the very same thing about Kanye and Kim, and they're
Well,
on
let's
TV.
see.
They're on TV all the time, bro. They're
Now,
on TV all the time. Kanye and Kim. But why do we care more so about what Will Smith and what Jada Smith is going through? I'm not saying us, me and you personally. I'm saying as a collective. Why does this?
So when you say collective, are you talking about black people, black Americans specifically?
It's black Americans, man. I'm saying
collectively, Kanye and I'm gonna go with the Kanye Kim is way more fascinating than these two people. I wouldn't say that. I think that we can break it. Let's think about it. I've never thought about it, but I mean, Will Smith. We're talking about what? A brother became very famous, right? Hip hop culture, mega hit TV show. He's, I guess, the right age, make the right hit movies, the timing of it. I don't know, man. Men love Jada for years, right? Very cultural, tied to Tupac, tied to the Wayans family.
Paradox is not close, bro.
Really big cultural move.
She had red
clothes.
She had red.
Clothes.
The Kanye
Kim Kardashian? Are you?
Not close,
what are you
bro.
talking about? Oh,
it's not close.
Yeah,
as far as carrying, you have to show me. You have to show me where that's real, bro.
Yeah, it's gonna be subjective. So I'm just giving you my gut. I
understand. There's no.
I don't even put it this way. If
our opinion.
If Jada was more famous, then I wouldn't say that. But she's really not famous.
She's famous
through
Will.
Kim created her.
She's famous through Will, and she's famous by
what the Kardashian family did systematically is. No, what I'm saying is what the Kardashian family did systematically. Well, first time to OJ, but what the women did systematically is unbelievable.
Hold on.
They should have disappeared within 5 minutes. But they found the blueprint of dating. Say what now?
Let me be clear.
So the fascination between that stuff is way bigger than her damn Jada Smith. It's irrelevant, really. In that sense.
No. Hold on.
Not even close.
Let me be very succinct here. I'm gonna be very, very succinct. Okay. The family of the Kardashians, there's not a more popular, more cultivating family as far as popularity of the overall dynamic.
Right, and Kim is the relationship.
I agree,
no reason,
but her relationship with Kanye. Her relationship with Kanye is not on the same level as the relationship between Will and Jada, in my opinion. And I think it proves it out. There are way more people that talk about constantly on a regular basis the Will and Jada dynamic. And this appears to be this spreading across all races and all demographics, by the way.
I don't know.
Right?
Outside,
it's people talk about Kim and Kanye.
I think it's a kind of a black thing.
No.
I feel like I remember when they.
No, I got.
What are you saying now for?
I got proof. Hold on. I got proof.
I'm just talking about my gut feeling. I don't really need proof. I mean, we're talking celebrity talk at this point. I mean, come on.
Well, that's what we're talking about. If we're talking about celebrity talk, we're talking about
what I'm saying is I remember in the mid 2000s, I think it was. I think they did a magazine cover, and Will was on fire. And he should have took the Matrix, by the way. He messed that one up, but he was doing Wild Wild West or whatever.
That shit would have been crazy. He'd be out of
here. It would have been insane.
Because he would have been.
But right, he would have been Neo. It was insane. But he kept. You know, even though he had a couple of clunkers, they kept pushing. Remember, Hollywood was pushing Will. Jada, to me. I mean, that's a whole other conversation, but we're gonna go there at this point, right? You want me to feed into the monster?
Come on, man! No.
I'm gonna do it because you want to do it, so we're gonna do it, right? That's what you wanted, right?
Because you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
I'm about to go there.
You remember Wesley Snipes at the end of the movie? Motherfuckers always trying to swim upstream. That's right. What you're doing. Everybody else is going this way. You're trying to go against the lazy river. That's what you're doing. You're trying to go against the wave, not me. I'm following along with the wave. I don't agree with it.
What I'm saying, I would have more critique because I feel like you said, see, you I know where you want to go. I know where you want to go with this. I was trying to avoid it, but fine. It's what you want to do.
No. Keep that. No.
Yeah, because you want to have because the real conversation is going to really tie back into, it's going to obviously going to tie back into to race. Big thing is
not.
race and money and power in America. Because I'm gonna tell you something. Will probably should have been with somebody else. Shouldn't have been with some joint from.
I did not bring that up.
That's what ain't nothing else to talk. I mean, this is no. You want to know why it's so salacious, but we can get into that. I didn't want to talk about it, but the salaciousness is you got some hood rat, horrible actress chick from Baltimore marrying this superstar dude that's out in Hollywood that's doing it, going to the next level. That's what you're really talking about. That's why it's so juicy. It's her background, it's his background, it's the black coach, it's the white coach, it's the money, success, the Hollywood fame, who he probably should have been with, but he chose to be with her. That created that image of the perfect black couple. On and on and on. That's what you're talking about.
So now you get the dinner. Now you get the dinner and the cake. You get all the ingredients.
I didn't want to talk about it.
You're the one fighting against the stream. I'm not the one fighting. You're the one.
It doesn't. Oh, come on, because man. That's not really about. That's really not about a bigger thing, though. That's just more of the cultural, zeitgeist stuff.
Just drop the link, man. Let's. I got a good hour. Let people come up and discuss what we just discussed. But look, man.
That's what you're talking about. Baltimore chick.
Hold on.
With Tupac. She was cornball Will Smith. He probably should have got him a white woman from Hollywood.
See what I'm saying?
Blah, blah, blah. She ruined his career, which she did. She is a cancer, which she is. He's an idiot, which he is. Anti-black woman.
All facts.
All
facts.
Right. And then on top of all that, but he chose to stay with her. He chose to lock in with her. So I'm sure the street culture is plugged in, the rich people are plugged in, the middle classes, everybody's plugged in because they're hitting everything. And then she's pure drama. She pulling the strings. I mean, you talking about a straight viper. Man, right? She hitting all the keys, baby.
I got the keys.
She's squeezing that money out there. Right.
If I would tell anybody, man, this is just my
getting all the money on this book.
Let me just say this. This is just DC's opinion. This is not anything that I'm gonna be putting down the fact, man. But places that I have come to know to be very localized, that are very popular cities, like Chicago, Baltimore, Memphis, I would say New Orleans, where they got an ingrained culture of local kind of, pride and very, very solid. The black population there, normally Black girls, Black women that come up in those environments from the urban environment, whether they're deemed to be so-called good in your eyes or bad in your eyes, get imprinted on very early for whatever reason, which means that a guy that she dates very early on is going to be the guy that she's going to be attracted to for life. For life, dog.
Ain't no breaking it.
Ain't no breaking it. Ain't no breaking it, my nigga.
I always say.
Ain't nothing you gonna do. You can't buy it out of her. You can't screw it out of her. Whatever her imprint is from that point on, that's what it's going to be, in my opinion. That's what it's been. That's what I have seen be consistent, and especially places, because there is a big difference between a woman that's from the Baltimore area and a woman that's from the DC PG area. What I would say, DC primarily in the local area here, because we have such a lot of transplants. A lot of people move in and out of this particular place, so you meet a lot of people from different areas. So you be a little bit more open to varieties. I'm just a little bit. You got your kind of local thing going on here too. That's just
The differences don't matter though.
Let me hold it down. But I'm saying in some of this, that's what I'm saying. This is my opinion. That's my opinion. No,
I was just saying the differences are negligible depending on who you are. So
you want to,
but I will tell you, if you're from an area and that's all you know is that area, and you're extremely narrow-minded, and you only know your little blocks, then what you say is apply. But if you're a person, if you are an individual that explores and is around all types of people, stuff like that, I don't care what country you from, what language you speak, what you look like,
no matter.
What area you from, is negligible if you're that type of individual person, in my opinion.
That's fact. No, you're right.
Because to me, it's like, yeah, you barely speak English, but it's not much different than the chick from DC, the chick from Nashville. It's all, at the end of the day, to me, it's all the same.
It blurs.
In my mind.
No, you're right. It blurs.
But like I said, depending on the individual,
if you have more contact with different people, you see, you be a little bit more open. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
But I'm saying that. But like I told you, individual people. So if you're from an area and you're very narrow to that area, your mind is like, you know how somebody says, "I'm really from DC. I'm really Southeast." Like if you're those people who live in those areas, who only stay in those areas,
that's true.
Then yeah, that's a whole other conversation, because that means that the chick needs to be exactly.
They would never.
He needs to be.
They would never say they're from the DMV. That's how you know somebody from DC. By the way, they'll never say I'm from the DMV. They're not. I'm from DC. I'm from the city. I'm from the city, bro.
So if you're a very local yokel person, and you've only been in your area, and you only deal with your own.
That is what there's no doubt.
You're just gonna have a certain view, and it's your view, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's okay. It's okay to have that view. But I think if you choose to have no set ways, like you're not set in no kind of way, and you don't care how anybody is, and you don't tie anything to like some kind of cultural thing, then it all looks pretty similar. It's just that it's nice. It's nice to have the nuances, it ends up being very similar. But I like the nuances. You know.
Can I give you an example of some people that we know? I'm gonna give you an example, right? So.
I see it every day.
The tall joint that we know, right? Light skin joint.
Yeah.
From around.
I know you're talking about.
Yeah. I'm saying dudes will look at it. They would want to try to, make her into something that is not really her, but she's just on around.
But you're not from her. That's if you're not from her area.
But that's what I'm trying to say.
You're talking about outside people.
Yes.
Well, that's what makes it makes it all complicated when you talk about it.
But that's my point.
That's why you got to caveat everything.
Listen, man.
What do you mean? Your point as far as what, Jada and Will?
Yes. If
as far as what?
If Jada was imprinted, let's just say, I think some of that stuff that she says about about Pac is cap, by the way. But just to say,
how long has she been rich, living in the mansion? How many years? How many decades?
It has to be more years than she's been alive, man. We're talking about since she was like 19, 20.
And not like a little money either, right? We're talking about a fiend's amount of money, right?
Yeah, she blew. Okay. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, by the time.
So the thing is this: a person like her.
30, hold on, before she was 30, she was building out, a horse farm over there. You know the area up off 32. Out this way, trying to live out in the country. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
I just caveated with this as far as that's why I don't really diagnose people. The thing is that if you've been a multi-millionaire for 30 or 40 years, I have nothing to say about how you are.
This is not about diagnosing.
Because I don't know what that's like. You've been on private planes, living in mansions.
No, stop.
40 years. I'm not doing no childhood stuff. I'm not doing none of that.
I'm not talking about diagnosis. The diagnosis don't got nothing to do. No. Hold on. It don't got nothing to do with their reality. We're talking about their influence. We're talking about the influence that these people have. That's outside of all of that. That's what I'm talking about. What you're saying is real. That's the real stuff. What I'm saying is the influence, the fallout, the bomb explodes, and that's what captured.
I'm just talking, bro. I'm just talking strings, just talking.
Yeah, man. But go ahead and drop that,
really, bro. Too busy thinking. I'm just talking, to be honest with you.
You be talking shit, man.
You be talking. I can't tell you what I said 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, anybody want to come up and get us right on this discussion?
But yeah, I just don't, like you said, I don't know. I don't really know who I'm seeing. That's what I was telling you. But I know you're talking more about what they're doing, not about them, but how it's affecting people. The effect that it has on people.
That's right.
Yeah, I got you. I know I'm moving it back and forth.
That's right. I'm gonna play a video. I'm gonna show you this video. This video hasn't been shown.
And I really don't know how would you even measure. You get a lot of talking, but I wonder how you would measure it though.
I'm just saying, bro. Like, hey, man, I'm.
Go ahead, say it. How are you measuring this stuff? How are you tracking this stuff?
I'm not tracking it at all, man. I'm just sharing my opinion.
Let me ask you this: how many people you think Oprah influenced with her relationship, with her behaviors when it comes to relationships?
Not as many as Will and Jada.
No, I'm just saying. What do you think that is? Like, do you think that people seeing her in her situation had some kind of impact on people being together or not being together or picking and choosing? I don't know how those. I don't know how that works. I don't know how that works. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I think still opinion. I'm gonna make sure this is not something that's gonna be.
Because you're making a massive statement.
Oh no! Hold on! No! You're telling me that Oprah Winfrey?
I just don't know. I keep telling you that I don't know.
You said I'm making a mass. I'm asking you.
Yeah, because collectively I understand what you're saying, but individually, what's the true impact? I don't know how that works.
Can I answer you through a question? We came up when Oprah was going through her ascendance. So she ascended
her metamorphosis.
Right. When she became, you get a car, I got a car, Oprah, she
became a butterfly.
Oprah. Right. She became this not the correspondent in Baltimore on Channel 13, not that Oprah with the bad wig and the bad, makeup job and the overweight status. No, when she became Chicago Oprah, when she became the supernova Oprah, right? When she ascended, right? Because like I said, it don't have anything to do with her beginnings, which is basically
she got so many scars. Well, you can see it too.
That's what I'm trying to get to. Tennessee, right?
Yep.
Rural Tennessee, Milwaukee, Baltimore. That's a hell of a mix, bro. Before ascending, before breaking big. Now you got to remember,
she did a good job.
That all has an influence on her, though. That all has an influence on her as she goes to where she's going.
But that's in her personal life. But how does that translate to anything else?
I'm trying to get to a point, bro. As women, Black women, right? As you see somebody as an example, if I'm not mistaken,
give me an impact score.
I'm gonna give you. I'm just gonna extrapolate this. Oprah Winfrey, right?
Yeah.
As the lighthouse, right?
Yep.
Lighthouse, successful. Now we're talking about, we're going to the 80s now, right? 84, 85, 86, right? Show breaks. Boom. Oprah explodes. Oprah is single. She don't have no husband. Oprah family. None of that. None that's going on, right? So it appears, even though it's not true, she's getting a lot of help, but it appears that Oprah's single, doing everything by herself. Single woman.
No, I don't look like that, but I got you though.
Hold on, bro. Hold on now. No, let's keep it within the context of reality now. We have women that are our age.
She works for a corporation. What are you talking about?
That's the reality. That's the reality.
The reality is right in your face.
No, listen, that's the reality of it. But
doing a TV show with a bunch of housewives that's watching it every day. So what are we talking about?
If me and you are in elementary school, do we have an understanding of that? Do we?
What? I have context of nothing. I just a person on TV. What are you talking? I don't know if it's a male or a female. It's just a human being.
The women that are
like Snuffleupagus or Big Bang. What are you talking about?
The young Gen Xers, right? I'm saying the late 40s to the early 40s. Hold on, the late 40s to the early 40s. These are the women that people talk about. They have a whole lot of problems with, right? Black women. I'm saying it had.
They don't have any problems, but I got you.
I'm saying people say that they have a problem with that particular mindset of those group of women as a collective. From 43, I would say from 43 to 49, that group in particular, right? That kind of grew up in the same time period that me. Oh, come on, man! Don't do that.
As much as my grandfather complained about women his age, I don't know what you're talking about. But go ahead.
I'm saying you can complain about
whatever you be. I've been here complaining with my whole life, all ages. I don't know what that even means.
Has ever been a Black woman? Okay, so I'm
Gen Z, Gen X, Gen Y.
I'm gonna extrapolate it even further out than that. I'm trying to give you an example of what I'm talking about in the influence of what it has, the fallout. Was there ever an example of a woman that did what she did on national TV at that particular time period?
No.
Right? It
She
didn't.
was the king of TV, queen of TV.
It didn't say Oprah.
Her and Larry, what's his face?
Donahue was real popular.
Late night and daytime.
I said Donahue was real popular, right?
Nah, she was on Larry King and what's his face level, the other dude, Johnny Carson.
Well, I'm talking about talk shows, the daytime.
Yeah, she ascended past the all that stuff, basically.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So that being the case, I'm saying the example that it can set. Not to say that that's the sole reason, because you got to remember, we're still reflecting reality, because Oprah is living this herself. She is a single woman, right? She is a reflection of what's really going on, and even in her life.
Is she a single woman? I thought she had a man the whole time, or she's gay or something. I don't know.
Is she married?
I don't know.
Is she married?
I don't know.
I don't think Oprah's married.
I don't know what arrangement she has with Stedman for the last 40 years.
She could have some kind of.
I don't do celebrity news.
You got to do that, dog. That's what I'm saying. That's like a little shot, bro. I'm saying, like, I'm talking about popular stuff.
Nigga, you got me talking about fucking Oprah and Will Smith and Jada Pinkett.
No,
what do you think I'm gonna say?
Hold on. You asked me a question about the fallout about the influence, and I'm trying to give you an answer. I
don't disagree with you that Oprah would be looked. I mean, I guess just say what it is, because for me, I didn't see it that way. So just tell me what you're saying that people think.
She can be.
That she's a strong black woman that made her success on her own.
No, beyond even
that's the perception of Oprah. All thing I saw of Oprah was struggle, sadness, obesity, rape, mistreatment. What you're talking about, I didn't see any of that. I saw the complete opposite. I saw horrific life. You're talking about something that I don't even know what you're talking about. You talking about that fantasy striver stuff.
I'm not.
Hey, little black girl, Oprah did it. You can do it.
Exactly.
There's a black president. You can be the president.
And not only can she do it, not only can you do it, right? Not only can you do it, but look what I had to go through. Now hold on. Now you tell me.
Everybody saw was pain.
Paradox. You just said it yourself. What describes black women the most? Their pain or their success?
What?
So to be successful,
those are my two choices.
To be successful in
what are you talking about?
Hold on, listen what I'm saying. You just said you saw hurt, you saw pain, you saw struggle.
I saw a woman who's been raped and
exactly, and she still did what? She still did.
I think most black women look at. No, I don't look at black women like. What are you talking about?
There are defined. I'm saying, listen. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying.
Ain't no success.
There are a lot of people, and they still do it even to this day. There are a lot of people, social media people included, that they basically talk about their story, their testimonies about what they have been through, and they use it as a catapult to influence.
Oh, but you mean to sell books and stuff?
Successful, it's your platform.
Yeah, I got you.
It's your platform. It's where it's the struggle that I came from. That means that I'm just like
pastors do it all the time. Pastors do it. Salesmen do it.
Yeah, you being.
They don't. What are you talking about? Sales people do it all the time. What are you talking about?
Let Marcus. What you got, Marcus? Man, what you got, Mr. Lee?
What's Tony? Have you heard Tony Robinson's story? That's what Tony Robinson does in his story. He tells you about his pain and how he suffered, and you put yourself together and build a company. What are you talking about? You're trying to twist and turn.
I'm not twisting. I'm twisting and turning stuff. Okay, bro.
You're telling me
I'm being very specific about. I'm being very specific
people
about
in this country.
You're telling
me following a blueprint that every person who does sales does. It's not unique to her. Everybody who's selling products on television does the same thing.
You know what's insane about what you're saying is that the fact that you are minimizing the influence of Oprah and her influence on, yes, I will say it, especially on
white women who are married, who watch TV all day, who didn't have jobs.
She has a massive influence on them too. But she has
people stopped watching Oprah in the 80s. What are you talking about?
Absolutely, but they still have that.
Actually, black people hated Oprah. What are you talking about?
And even then, they still use her as a barometer of success.
No, that's
Same
not.
shit
I
that
don't know
they
about
use
that.
Bill Cosby as. Oh, bullshit.
She was looked at as a
That's
sellout,
bullshit, bro.
and she was looked at as a
Absolutely.
sellout. You're talking
Absolutely.
about. I don't know
And
what you're trying to
she's
force
still
into these
used as a
holes with
barometer
women
of
and
success.
stuff. I don't know about
Even
that.
though they still name call and do all that shit. We are a hypocritical group of people by a collective. We deem who we like. We shut them down and we raise them up and we talk shit about them. We do the same thing with Will and Jada. Will and Jada are not that much like this so-called in the black community, but people talk shit about them all the time. They still talk about them. It still has an influence. It still has an effect, just like Oprah still had an effect on black girls, especially our age that we came up with, especially in our age group.
You think Oprah did? I don't know. I thought it was pretty
That's my
negative,
argument.
actually, which I was more surprised about, to be honest with you.
That's my argument.
That's
my
no.
argument.
I thought when I was younger, I thought she was way more loved. Then I realized that y'all don't like her. Oh, I didn't know. That's what I learned when I was younger. It seemed like Oprah had turned on her people years back.
Yeah.
And I don't know if she had made some statements or some comments back in the late 80s, early 90s, but I thought the culture turned on her a long time ago. That's not true.
Let's let Mr. Lee.
What's up, guys? So I was thinking that people don't really see Jada and Will Smith in the same celebrity spotlight as some of the other celebrities, just because the simple fact they're almost in their 50s, or they are in their 50s, and I don't think people really care. I agree with Barrett. I don't think people really care too much what's going on with them. I think they would be more interested in what was going on with Kanye and Kim Kardashian, just because I don't think Jada Pinkett has that much clout.
So you're telling me that Will and Jada don't resonate?
He tell you that you old and outdated.
That is true. I am outdated model. There ain't no question about it. Maybe I need to update because I don't see the same gravitas with Kim and Kanye's relationship, by the way. And Kim and Kanye are more in our age group than they are in there. They're considered to be younger, but Kim and Kanye are in their mid-40s, basically. That's a fact.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people, I bet you if you ask a lot of let's say a lot of 20-year-olds, they might not even know who Jada Pinkett is.
Who? They know. They're gonna probably know now because they're forcing it.
No.
They're forcing this, boy.
Come on, Lee. Come on.
I don't think it's that much. I don't think it's a big deal,
bro,
though.
Come on,
because
bro.
of who she is.
Let's be real, dude.
I think it's being pushed. I don't think anyone cares. I think they're pushing it.
I think it's being pushed.
Yeah. Oh, the old school media.
I mean, the TV One people, the TV One and
old school legacy media.
Today's show wasn't That's not just
legacy media.
Mainstream. She was on mainstream platforms, bro.
It's legacy media. All those things are dead. But they're feasting though. They're gonna feast.
I get it, but let's not be disingenuous here and say that it did not have a ripple effect where all the so-called major platforms that are real popular now, that are basically in circulation as far as the news feed is concerned, didn't talk about this for like 2 weeks straight. Come on, man.
Like how many millennials or I forgot what the new generation is even follow Jada Pinkett? Like
they don't follow her. Listen,
no, this is probably over 40 that's gonna probably buy her book.
Following her and discussing her are two different things.
I don't think they discuss
they know who Jada and Will are, bro. As a couple,
they know who Will Smith is, and I mean they know who
Jada is too. You know why they know who Jada is too? Because she's basically tethered to Tupac for some reason.
She got the kids. The kids popular.
She got the children.
She's a C-list celebrity.
Yeah, she is a C-list celebrity. That's why I'm trying to explain her influence.
But he's
her-
talking. But he's
her-
he's
her
locked
grip.
in on the black community too, because she is locked into the black space. Period. There's no way around that. Now I don't know if that's for teenagers. I don't think for Sean and what's the
Y'all
other
not doing
celebrities down there, all them kids.
See-
I don't know if they care.
See, this is when you
I don't know if
shouldn't
she's. I don't know if she's plugged into that street to those people like that.
How old is Jada Pinkett?
I don't know.
Bro,
50,
you don't. Nah, Jada's like 53 years old, bro.
53.
Yeah.
So you talking about a
53.
grandmother? You
You're
talking
old
about a
school.
grandfather and a grandmother going through a divorce? Nobody.
Yeah. That's real popular too. Yeah, no doubt.
It's not gonna resonate.
Yeah, no, it has resonated. Look, the reason why people even talking about Will and Jada and all this type of stuff, what's going on with them, why the View would have a segment, the Today Show would have a segment, you know.
But that is old
even-
people stuff, though. You do understand that, though, right?
I'm
So
continuing.
it's legacy media you're talking about still.
Okay, let me do
You
this.
don't think so? You think the streamers are talking about this?
Hold on. Now this
Now,
is
now
what
who's
I'm
done a
saying,
good
like,
job at
hold
that? Now Drake
I-
has done a good job. He's an old person to tap into the kids, but you're not really talking about
I think-
that though, right? We're talking
No.
about something different. I think.
I think
I don't want to confuse the two things.
I think somebody is backstage trying to come up or whatever.
Yeah. I don't want to wrap those two things into that conversation. I think we're mixing things together.
Can you drop the video for me, man? Can you fair use? Can you put the video up for me real quick? Okay.
Yeah, you know you're showing legacy media though, right?
No, just bear with me. I'm
just messing with you. I just don't want to mix the. I know I'm mixing to my brain is all.
Yeah,
you
you guys are being real tricky. That's what I'm saying. So I really want you to understand that I'm just making a point here about you.
Because I feel like this is people. This is
crossing
people over
generational
35
lines.
or 40 though, right?
It's
No,
not.
it's probably
No,
30,
it's younger.
40, 45-ish.
It's still. I think it goes younger than that. I think
They know Jada. They know who she is, bro. Like they know who she is. They have Red Table Talk. Like everybody knows who Red Table Talk. Stop playing with Jada and Smith and the Smiths. Like they know who Red Table Talk. They were all about all the What's the basketball player in Golden State? They were talking about his wife when she came on there. Snoop Dogg, Gail came on there. Like people, like this whole
legacy
space,
acts.
like they all act like they don't know who Jada. Like all the whole
all
space,
legacy acts. Everybody over 40 we're talking about.
No, but I'm saying the young people were talking about it too. So like, this is not no older people. Jada, Willow, her mom, they had like 3 generations of women. Plus, they also had rappers, artists, celebrities all on there. So like, they tapped into celebrity thing. She got blacklisted because she started talking about things like black people aren't getting awards, and they blacklisted her for that. Like, she broke the taboo. So I'm not vouched for her, but people know who Jada is. Like, we're not gonna pretend like she's not a lower being or anything. That's just her thing. I mean, that was just her thing. She just got in trouble too much. So yeah, people, they know who she is. This is not no older people thing. She's just a vitriol woman right now.
She ain't got no head. She old, man.
I mean, that's all. I mean, that's if all you can do is just pack out her looks. Then I mean, that's it. I mean, at the end of the day, she's pulling young rappers. So what are we saying? She's still pulling them young niggas. Them young niggas are still coming to her bed.
I think that's
Young
what
guys, man.
Yeah, I think that's more her fame because I mean, Paradox is right. All of these people who were from the shows down to who they are, they built their fame prior to the diffusion of fame via social media. These are all legacy people,
right?
So, and and it begs the question, because I'm going to take this back. It's like, would Jesus has been as popular as Jesus was, had he been the only game? Had he not been the only game in town?
So if it was another so-called prophet doing the same kind of miracle acts that he was doing, or just maybe 3 or 4 other people doing it, then it wouldn't have been a novelty, is what you're saying.
Yeah, because most people can't name the apostles, and they were doing miracles. They came after the fact.
Right, they came after Jesus, and before Jesus, there was John the Baptist, and they thought he was the coming, but John had to tell them that he wasn't. He said, "No, it's not me. Somebody's coming after me." So Jesus actually had 3 years by himself doing his stuff. Then the apostles started doing stuff after him. So it's kind of like everybody had their legacy time when they were doing their thing. So
yeah, but the thing that I'm really pointing out here is the environment. The environment didn't allow for those things to happen because we didn't have that infrastructure that allowed for more people to basically show up and show out.
So you think that, I don't know how we can measure this, but do you think, I want to hear you guys' opinion on, do you think that people talked about Kim and Kanye more than they talked about Will and Jada with this last situation that went on? You think it's driving the stories or the negatives, or they're not the negatives, but I'm thinking about all the content that's being driven by Will and Jada right now. I did not see the same kind of thing when Kim and Kanye went through the same kind of situation. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe that's me in my age group and my.
Kanye took his own stuff out. Kanye took his own stuff out. So that's.
But who has more of an influence when it comes down to moving the so-called discussion and making whole kind of panel discussions about it?
But what was the news cycle at the time that Kim and Kanye were going through their issues?
I don't remember.
That's the environment would decide.
I would imagine that that probably was around the presidential election at that time, 2020, 2021-ish. So it was a lot of other stuff going on at that time. Then that's just that.
Yeah,
I mean, that's part of it, but I'm just there's still drama with them going on constantly. You know, he has stuff always going on with him. She has a TV show that's been on 15 years now.
Yeah, nobody cares about that show.
They're always in the news cycle.
With no guaranteed money on top of that, though.
Right. Like they like you got songs of Will and Jada. Like when they do like Black love songs, like they're already cemented in like in those kind of things, like BET Award show stuff. So like when their Dirt came out, it's like what? Like not the Smiths versus the Kanye, like it was just the interracial fetish thing that was hitting for them. And plus he also hit the billionaire status. But other than that, nah, it was like the Kardashian hype of they finally hit, the pinnacle with Kanye. But their relationship thing, nobody cared about that. Like that we all knew Kanye was crazy. If he ain't pushing buttons and making money, then they don't care about his relationship like that. We already knew he married. Once he married the Kardashians, everybody was like, well, you get what you get. That was it. Maybe you get what you get.
I think the women were more concerned about what was going on with Jada Pinkett because as far as the women, generally speaking, in this country was concerned, she hit the golden ticket. Even though she was already successful, she got one of the most famous men on the planet at the time.
Decade.
She maintained that for years.
And she is still considered to be a very, very modern woman, not submissive at all, not none of these other kind of, traditional tropes. So she's kind of looked upon as being the beacon of the modern woman being married to a very, very successful man, right? When you think that
with the ability to bring him low.
Right. But that's what I'm saying, with the power to still bring him low. But with that, there seems to be a price that she paid herself with the time that has passed her by. And now she's kind of steeped into her unhappiness by being with a man that long that she never really wanted to be with. That's what I'm saying. That's the example that I think it kind of poses too. That's why I say that people are kind of gravitating to this, because it speaks to this narrative of Black women being single, women overall being single in this particular time frame, having a hard time mating with men, having a hard time relating in a relationship type of environment. And if a modern woman such as Jada having these issues, that is part of the kind of gravitational pull that they have with this relationship aspect that people are looking at. That's my point of view from it. Tell me where I'm wrong.
But they are so weird, man. This is a weird couple. They're not like a normal couple.
How they weird? How they weird?
Just like, yo, you don't even know what gender their kids are. They fucking have an open relationship. It's just weird.
Now the open relationship thing, that's not really weird in Hollywood celebrities. Like that's not like hell. Rappers be talking about they be sharing baby mamas and shit. So that don't surprise me with multi-millionaires that are successful to be at those type of functions. That don't surprise me. The thing about it, only thing about it is that I saw on Instagram. I'm gonna try to find it. They're using her vitriol as a battery pack. Like, this is what happens, ladies, when you stand in the shadows to like men like Will. Like, you lose all your freedom. You lose like that's the shit that she's now becoming a martyr for. So it's like a sick type of feminine Jesus type of thing of I gave up my chances of stardom to be with him. And it's like, well, fuck. I mean, you didn't have to do anything.
I feel like I'm a big reader of body language, and I can tell that she's with him, but she doesn't love this guy. She doesn't even respect him. I'm a big reader in body language. She didn't even change her last name. I mean, she hyphenated it, but that's a big deal when a woman doesn't change her whole last name.
But she has her own fame to consider also.
Yeah, I was about to say she had her own. Right,
but,
like
yeah. But on the issue of like open marriages, I mean, practically most marriages are open because, well, let me rephrase that. Lots of marriages are open because of the fact somebody's cheating, and then we can talk about all of this shit about being loyal. But they going out and they just knocking boots all over the place.
Knocking boots.
There's a lot of songs back in the day about the milkman and all that other shit. So we daddy's, mama baby, daddy's maybe. We that's why those funerals will be very critical. We got to start asking questions and finding out shit. So just saying, like this type of thing with the Smiths, I'm just saying they painted that Jesus Black Huxtable family too broad to where now once we start seeing the chinks and start, the chains start ricketing. Now we're starting to say, oh, okay, all right. So even though you dropping Men in Black, you dropping Wild Wild West, you dropping all these movies, and you still couldn't make your woman happy. See what I'm saying, guys? Like, then you got Jada. She had the Gotham. She was doing DC movies and all the other shit. And then I think she got blacklisted, but she was talking about black men. I think, what was that movie with Will Smith and Concussion? And he didn't get no award, which was bullshit, but got them in trouble. Like, they've been getting in trouble with Hollywood for a while. So they're stuck. Like, he's been trying to get out of the black and been going to the broader audience. Jada can't move out of that. Jada's just stuck in nigga tube. She can't get out of this. She's stuck in the old network and the one shit. She's stuck in BT. She can't get out of that, and that pisses her off. She wanted to be with the white people like Halle Berry and all her other things like Tyra Banks. See, her other sisterhood friends, they made it to the white side. Jada didn't, and that pisses her off. She got to take that L by herself. Well, Will tried, but he couldn't do it. He gonna push him.
I think Jada's much smarter than that because I think that Jada doesn't really care whether it's fame or infamy that she gets. She's going to strategically keep herself in the limelight.
Yeah, she know how to do that. I ain't gonna lie, boy. She's a master.
Yeah, so I think she's a smart woman. And and if it takes tearing Will down to make sure that she remains relevant, that's what she's going to do.
Why do you think they never touch politics? I'm curious. Why does Smith family never touch politics? It's not like they don't have the influence, but she's an influencer. He's a hot A-list celebrity. I'm surprised. I've never heard them ever give their political affiliation.
Why would they need to? And number two, this is me thinking. Why would they need to? Number one. Number two, why would they step into that landmine?
Well,
multiple landmines.
Well, the thing about it is a leverage tactic because it does make you relevant when you start saying, like, you'll hear a rapper say, I'm voting for Trump. Now all of a sudden he's on the Today Show talking about, well, why do you like Trump? I think that's a cool nigga. He gonna save my taxes. Bang. Now all of a sudden they talking about him. Now, I mean, Snoop Dogg didn't like. Snoop Dogg was heavy on the Democratic hand. He even made a rap song threatening the president. Like certain people, they pull certain political cards. There's no such thing as bad publicity for them. So when they start talking stuff like that about politics, even though they don't know or who they endorse, it is a leverage card for them. It is a leverage card when they start talking politics.
I mean,
Like-
but I'm thinking the type of power that goes against you once you start dealing with politics, because I remember Snoop getting punked when he started talking about Kabbalah, and then who was that other woman who
He
worked for?
fucked himself up on that one now. You can't threaten Gayle King, bro. Come on now.
That's the
Oprah
whole point,
Road
though. That's the whole point. Once you step into that arena where people got real power, and they can
The Brotherhood did not help Snoop Dogg when he needed them. The Brotherhood did not help.
Yeah, he's standing on that hill by himself.
Yeah,
Hell
the
no.
Brotherhood don't got nothing on what he was basically dealing with.
DC, you gonna back up your brother? He say, don't you talk about Snoop like that. I was like, damn.
The backup is to understand the leverage that you have and hold. You got to understand who you're talking to. That's it. That's all.
That should have helped him out, bro. That's all I'm
That's the
saying.
one reason why
That
I would
is the
not
help.
step into politics, because that type of power does exist. And I think the average person, even wealthy people forget, especially wealthy Black people, forget that they still exist in niggerdom. And for us down here, I think we often sometimes forget that there are some very violent interests. Of course, DC knows and Paradox knows. Most people here know that there are some very violent and very ruthless interests and people taking place up at that level in politics.
Now, how did Kanye and how was he able to navigate throughout that trajectory? Was it because he had a snow bunny hopping around him? Was that why he was able to, like, is that what I need to do? Like, find me a white woman and with a big chest, and that way I can say whatever I want to say. And I ain't gonna cry by no white man in no Oval Office now, but you know,
what did Kanye really say that was threatening?
Listen,
Kanye always put himself out there in the news with his blasphemous and like over the top answers and antics. So that's different. And I want to say this: I'm like a late millennial, almost a Z, bro.
Okay.
Like Jada Pinkett Smith and Will Smith been married together since I was 2 years old. So I remember them together for me on the same level because that's always his life.
Mhm.
So when I say like you, especially in the Black community and everything, but people know who she is. Oh, that's Jada Pinkett Smith. Oh yeah, like they always notice. I remember when she was out in the Matrix, they made that a big deal. So she had a little bit of A-list career in movie roles actor, but from what I hear, she never really wanted to be A-list. She didn't want to be famous for the same reasons that every other Hollywood actress wanted to be. And talk about getting with those white people. She didn't want to be fucking with those white people all that much. So that's why she was about to retire and like DC and Paradox said, have a horse farm and all like that. So that's why you see it today. Like I think she wanted the money and the relative fame, but not this way, and not being married to Will Smith. But that's the only way she was going to get it. So, but for most people, especially like kids in the internet, all the memes you've seen is about Jada Pinkett Smith and Tupac and Jada Pinkett Smith making fun of her husband. So like Z's and millennials know who she is very well.
There's one thing about that, because the Smiths are somewhat America's family. And what I saw when all of this mess kicked off, it was just, to me, it's like, oh, so you are one of us. You're just as dysfunctional as everybody else.
Yeah.
So Kim Kardashian and Kanye are not considered on that same level. Would you agree?
I think so. I think they are.
They are.
I don't. No, they're not considered the Black American family.
No, not all American family. Just one of the American families.
You gotta remember, the Kardashian Smiths used to hang out with each other. Like their kids used to hang out and party with each other. But when all this like bad publicity with the Kardashians coming out, Will Smith and Jada Pinkett told them not to hang out with told their kids they couldn't hang out with each other. So in relatives' fame and being like American family, yes, but one was viewed more positive than the other. Now it's coming out that they both fucked up. Actually, you might say that the Kardashians might be a little bit less fucked up right now.
Now, if y'all want to say are you saying American family or Black, like Black cultural American family? Like, which one are you? opinion that DC, because if you say, like, if I play an Alicia Keys song or like a J. Cole or any kind of black, stuff, when they're talking about black people and love and stuff, they're not talking about Kim and Kanye. You might have a rapper say some shit about their money, but that's the most. Like, but when they're talking about black love, they're going to talk about the Smiths. They're going to talk about other people, like other black couples, and like Jet.
See,
Kanye's not coming in that
polarization of the issue.
Yeah, here's my point at the end of the day, because you could be popular, right? You could still have the same kind of gravitas as everybody else is in Hollywood. They're popular people for a reason. They got a same amount of followers. What I'm saying is there is a certain connection that people have with Will and Jada for whatever reason. And it crosses racial lines too, and generational lines, where people are extrapolating their experiences and attributing it to what's going on with Will and Jada, even though they don't live the same lifestyles that they live. And I think it has something to do with her connection with Tupac, the same thing with her dealing with a young man, August Alsina, all of that bullshit, Will Smith being popular and corny the way he was. Because like I said, in my generation, especially our generation, we didn't fuck with Will Smith, bro. No, we did not. We did not like Will Smith at all. Period. I always hear that's just dude, if you got a guy in their 40s, when he got corny with the, I wish I could whip my time. He was just a corny dude. Like back in that.
Will was corny to you? The fuck?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was. Like here, my dad's like in his.
Nobody liked Will Smith, bro. Nobody liked Will Smith.
Damn, this is a revelation.
I heard this before, because I always heard conflicting, like people around, because my dad's in his 50s, he said he kind of was cool with Will Smith. He liked Will Smith and everything like that. But a lot of people like 10 years younger didn't really mess with him.
Why y'all thought he was corny?
He was. If you listen to his old raps.
I mean, think about what he was doing, because like I remember when Will Smith first came out. And I'm 52. So when he first hit that Parents Don't Understand and all that shit hit, we won't listen to that shit. Man, it was like, man, this shit corny. The only time Will Smith became cool, and he was still kind of corny, was when he joined the Fresh Prince.
Yeah.
They would say this dude's a clown, but okay, there's some funny shit in there.
EDU was on some Black Power Bow shit back in the 91. Back from 1987 to 1992. Either you was on some Black Power shit, or you was straight gangsta. That's what they're yelling. It's all about salary. It's all about reality. Gangsta. You know what I'm saying?
But okay, so
that's what she was on.
Okay. So I'm hearing all that.
Will Smith did not fit into that paradigm at all, bro.
Okay. So he went a different trajectory that worked. That worked out very well for him.
That's why we understood when he started to act.
We
understood it. Yeah, we're like, okay, that's where you belong. You belong in that lane, not hip hop. Not really. No, you belong.
Because people said the person that gave him the real true street cred was Jazzy Jeff. Like I said, that's one person that people really knew out in the streets that was doing the thing, and he just came along.
Jazzy Jeff ain't no hood dude either, man. Neither one of them are. Neither one of them are hood guys from Philly. They're like the Boys II Men variety. They're like good dudes from Philadelphia.
Can y'all tell me who from the streets made it as big as Will? Can y'all tell me anybody from the streets that made it as big as Will?
That made it as. I mean, if you want to talk about 50 Cent.
He's not necessarily big as
Will. 50 Cent Cold Switch dead. 50 Cent Cold Switch. He said, "No, you don't." He Cold Switch. That man is known as Carter. That man don't even like when he goes.
I was going to say Jay-Z, but I don't think these guys were in the streets that long amount of period to really even attribute it as them being veterans of the streets. Like it's not like they was in it that long to be just like. These dudes are from the hood for real. Like
transitional phase. Transitional phase.
Out, and they got into hip hop and then they blew that way.
That's the best way.
Well, I mean, so that's what I'm just looking at it like the ones who wanted to keep the cred, and I just say like, well, how far did their success gain them? Like when I look at Ice-P and much do the gangster rap, now I hear him back to blue and all kind of stuff about. I'm like, damn, bro, you a red, white, and blue flying mofo now. Like, goddamn, bro,
do you know how old Ice-T is? Ice-T is not.
I know he's old. I know he's old. I heard his music.
Ice-T is damn near almost 70 years old, bro.
Yeah.
He was almost my mom's age, bro. Like straight up, this nigga old head, bro. He was 30 when he blew.
Now look how he's talking now.
Hold on. Now I'm gonna tell you. Now he was a gangster. Now he was a dude that was in the streets because you could just tell by how he rapped. You know, 6 in the morning, cops at my door. Wait, for. You know what I'm saying? Word. You know, he's talking about an experience he had where them not because they used to ram doors back in the day. Like, yo, they knocked a couple of times and then you wasn't answering. Boom! You
Boom! Y'all heard body count?
Country was Fort Apache.
Y'all heard body count? Shit! You talk about killing cops? Or made a metal song about it. He wasn't. He did not care.
He was on a whole list of Dan Quayle and George Bush back in those days, man. Yeah, they wanted him off. They wanted him off the grid for real.
Now he's playing at the top. Now these guys playing at the top and stuff.
But Tupac wasn't gangster. He was a theater kid. Like
Tupac did ballet and shit.
Yeah.
Like, he knew how to play the role. He knew how to play the role.
I gotta tell people that. Yeah, that's true too.
You have a lot of these guys that was in the arts very early on. What's the other dude I'm thinking about? Oh, even NWA is not as gangster as you think they are. No, those guys.
Eazy-E and what's his boy?
MC Ren?
Those are the only two true gangster ones.
Probably.
Kelly Park Crips.
Yeah, probably. But I'm saying that they're not really gangster though. I'm saying like, like you want to talk about like real, we were too young to understand it, but if you look back on it, we know people that was in the streets, they didn't make it out like that. They normally got locked up and died. You know, they didn't make it.
That's why I'm looking at it like so people now call it a culture vulture or damn, like they just monetize gang culture or they just sell it out there. I'm like, well,
no, they was talking about what they saw, just like everybody else.
Okay, now that's a difference of, hey, I'm writing down on a pen my experience versus I'm playing a role of something to make money and profit off of suffering. Like that's why I said I was listening to you when you were talking about the Oprah thing. Oprah knew how to sell suffrage. Yeah. And women of all races empathize with suffrage because that was her books, talking about cooking, housewives, going through this and that. The people that be going up there, she knew how to sell it. It was a big thing.
Yeah, that became that's still a commodity. It's still being sold to this very day. Success through pain. A lot of people, I've been raped, I've been on the streets, I've been this, I've been that, I was on my own, nobody helped me out, and then all of a sudden, I picked myself up and I did this girl power thing, and now I'm successful. That gets a lot of play. Yeah,
it's called the American success story, buddy.
Yeah. The one thing I don't like about the American success story, when these individuals tell their American success story, they don't talk about the infrastructure that aided them.
And not only that, but the help that Oprah got help on the way. It's not like she don't talk about the breaks that she got. She don't talk about her dad taking her in when she got pregnant.
I was about to say that.
Oprah got pregnant.
Yeah, 13. Oprah was like 13. She was a teenage pregnancy woman.
That was when she was with her mother.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to go read that book. Oh,
no, that's facts, bro. Yeah, Oprah was in them streets, bro.
Same thing with Clarence Thomas.
She was in Milwaukee. I think she stayed in Milwaukee in her earlier years, and then her father took her from her mom and raised her back in Tennessee for the
black man.
Her later years. Yeah,
he was a barber.
Real close. That's why I never understood the father narrative, because her father's what saved her from her single mother.
Yep.
Yeah, but when the
uncle was in the
why y'all telling you about a queen? Watch what y'all say.
Yeah.
I'm saying sometimes things can take his own story of his own. People project onto you what they want it to be, but that's not necessarily what you wanted it to be. So I don't know if Oprah really wanted it to be this way, or she just fell in line with what the machine was telling her.
That's what got her paid.
And I'm saying it's the same thing with NWA. I don't think that these guys really projected that. They was just speaking about the neighborhood that they're from, what they see, the things that they experience. But none of those guys were really like
the machines gonna tell you to sauce it up, though. You know that. You know how
yeah, but none of these guys are like really like gang dudes. Like the game, he was in the
Gang dudes
game.
don't
Like,
make it, bro.
yeah, that's the
No,
only
they
dude I
don't.
know. Like the game is like a dude that you know of.
Yeah,
that
they
I
don't
can
make
say
it, bro.
is a
But he
gang.
joined later in life though too.
No.
Like,
His mom is if I'm not mistaken, his mom is a
His whole
blood.
family's gang.
Yeah,
His whole family.
his whole family is gang related. Like it's known. Like his whole family. Like if I'm not mistaken,
That's why
this
he's
dude-
very
this dude
limited. By the
Still,
way.
yeah, he's very. He still stays on Grape Street where
Yeah.
he was raised. He's still
Very,
there.
very limited.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
still stays in the neighborhood
Oh,
that
yeah.
he was raised in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He don't live in Hollywood. He lives there.
And the
the
thing about
game you said?
The game, yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
I think
the
that's
game,
why
he's still connected to the community. That's why you can see him act a certain way. He don't know how to. It's like he's very volatile in a sense.
His
You know,
old
like,
ass
he'll
still
have-
getting the fights.
Yeah,
and shit.
that's what I'm saying.
He's
Nigga,
like,
Kevin
celebrity
Gates.
basketball game.
he-
Lot of
And Kevin
televised.
Gates and all them. Yeah, they don't know how to.
Yeah.
They don't know how to
He's our
transition.
he would be like the little brother, like 2 years younger than me in Paradise. Would be like, man, slow down, bro. You trying to do
Nah,
too
he
much,
needs
you know?
tremendous amount of therapy. Tremendous. Many hours.
I think
and
he's doing
hours
just
of
fine.
therapy.
wire.
I
Live
think he's
wire.
doing fine.
Now y'all know this man is like 43, 44 years old, right? He's a Gen X,
Yep.
just like me and Paradox are. He's
Yeah.
a late
And
Gen X, like
he's
we
been
are.
turning and burning
Yes.
since he was like a 10-year-old too.
So,
It's crazy.
but that's what I'm saying. Is
Woo.
we grew up in a unique time. Black people that are from the ages, I would even include Dead Set in this, from like 52, 53 to like 43 is a unique 10-year period because you was children during the crack era.
yes, we were.
And that's something that you can't experience it as somebody that's a baby. It's different when it's like you, BMT, where you as a baby, but when you're coming into your teenage years and you are seeing mothers turn into something else, it does something to you because Miss Collins that you knew that used to do Bible study, now she's walking around looking like a zombie.
Yeah, doing crack.
You know,
Yep, that happened at our church a few times.
Yeah, doing stuff for people, and you're like, yo, what's going on with so-and-so's mom, man? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you see people start doing weird stuff. People that work, I mean, they had blue collar jobs. These are not rich people. They were still staying in the hood, but they worked at the post office. They worked at the DMV. They were like regular people, but they got caught up into the game, you know, and then that's what happens. You know, that's a very real thing. And when you get somebody that's young, like not young, but young-minded, like a game, that's why you got guys, if you notice, in our generation, they always feel like they got something to prove, especially when it comes down to manhood.
Oh,
You know, who you talking about? Who you talking about? Nigga, who you talking to? You know, like these niggas be like in their 50s, ready to fight, like over some nonsense. Like, dog, come on, man. We're too old for this.
right.
I met a few of those men.
A perfect example. If you look at the football players, right? Steve Smith, same shit. It's that thing. Dante Wilder, you know, did they get personal real quick? Oh, you ain't really nothing. Y'all soft out here. Y'all, you know, what you gonna do, youngster? You know, they start trying to, you know, I'm this, I'm brolic. You know, it's just this stuff. They gotta prove this. It's like this search for manhood that it's stunted in that particular age group. I'm just saying, like, in my opinion. That's from my experience. That's what I see. There's a phenomenon around the world where we have stayed stuck in this kind of I'm gonna prove my manhood kind of deal. Like I'm gonna fight you, you know, and you know we still acting like it's 1995 out in this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well,
you know, still got something to prove.
That's why it's like for me, I'm like I know I'm a residue. I'm the resident.
Tell me you don't see it in the content creators and even in this space. That's
Oh yeah. That's why I back up from a lot of this shit. But I'm like, bro, like you 40, bro, like chill the fuck out, bro. Like we not out there in the jungles. Like, what are you doing, bro? Like, stop, go get a job.
50. No, you're not just 40. You're almost 50, bro.
Yeah, I agree. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, like move on, bro. Move on, my nigga. Like you moved on to the suburb, bro. Like let it go, my nigga. Like that we lost, nigga. We got gentrified. We lost. It's over. That's something my dad said, nigga. We lost. We got gentrified. It's over.
Look, hey, if you got gentrified, you won, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I mean, to some people, to some people who were actually trying to fight the black, like I grew up, like I showed some of my old neighborhood dead. Like I was that kid that was dragged to church by my grandma and them because my parents either were out there doing the shit or working 2 jobs. You feel me? So if you wasn't in church, you was in the streets. It's just one or the other. And if not that, then you were the latchkey kid. So, I mean, it was like the residents of war. That's why they said, well, the streets, like, you lucky if you made it 18 to 21. If you made it 21, if you made it 18, you considered a man. And when I told it to my son, he was like, that don't make no sense, Daddy. I'm like, no, dude, because it was just that many people dying in Boston, man. Like, that many kids were getting adopted into gangs. Like, you didn't have a family. The gang was your family. That was it. And then, my granddaddy didn't allow us out there like that. If we did go out there, my cousins, they joined. But they wanted to prove themselves. They felt like, they all were sharing like the same pistol and sharing hotel rooms with goddamn prostitutes and shit. They were already fucked up. They can't, even now, they're in their late 40s, and they run around like they're the young niggas. And I'm like, bro, stop. You got 6 children out there. You only see 2 of them. You can't even get a job. You work at Subway. Chill out, bro. So a lot of them, they don't know how to re-function into normal society. I think we really crack really fucked us up. Crack really fucked up a whole era of black people. They can't ever recover from that. That was our Hiroshima.
No,
I think sometimes we need to rephrase that, because we allowed it to fuck us up in a lot of ways. Because I think we need to, sometimes when we're having these discussions, we often ignore our own role in that, because the free will is a motherfucker. We made some choices at the time that aided in our downfall. I don't think we're going to really improve until we deal with that, because without that, go on.
No. I get you with that, bro. When you tell some people about crack, the first thing they're gonna say, either the white man did it or how else I'm gonna feed my family. Like, my daddy sold heroin because the VA didn't want to help him. They didn't want to help him pay him his goddamn shit. You know what I'm saying? Now, we're not making excuses. He chose what he chose. But he was like, fuck, I gotta come home to a woman, some churn, and I'm not getting paid money like that. So I gotta do what I gotta do, or we on the streets. Now, he did his time. He got out. He changed his life. But some things happen to us for a reason. That's why I fight sometimes against DC and Paradox, but then I also understand I lived through watching how some things in the community were being strangled out from us. You know what I'm saying, Dad? Like, some things were purposely being kept away from blacks that we just didn't have no control. So it was like no matter what, you were going to be forced into being the bad guy in that environment.
Yeah, that was the nature of the game, though. We knew that going into this. We knew that, hey, that white dude is against us, and they are actively working against us. The problem is we didn't act accordingly.
Fair enough. That's fair enough. Fair enough. I understand that. Mm-hmm. Like, there were rules, like my cousin. I remember one of the old rollers rolled up and said, "All right, y'all boys line up." I didn't know what the fuck he was asking about. We still playing. Out of those 9 boys, 3 of them got recruited that day into the game. One of them was my cousin. It was their time to serve. That was their service. Like, y'all gonna serve the streets. Y'all time for y'all put in y'all work. Now, he took some of the money and helped pay grandma's goddamn mortgage. He was paying grandma's mortgage, but at what cost? Mm-hmm. So it's like I said, when I hear a lot of kids these days that live in nice suburban neighborhoods trying to be bangers, I'm like, nigga, why? You can go to Walmart, nigga. You go to a nice school. You ain't got to worry about them testing lead in your fucking water and shit. What are you doing? Why y'all hanging with your pants down? Y'all know what that means? Like, why y'all making yourself targets? Like,
well, that speaks to what DC and Paradox was talking about earlier, though. The handing down of culture from one generation to the next. It's almost as though it's almost like the whole Adam syndrome, where Adam sins and then the whole world falls behind him. I think the same thing goes on in culture. It's like these parents don't know anything else. And, the cruel thing to do would be to take their children away from them and raise them in a different environment. But that's also the best thing to do.
This is what I don't understand, right? You know how we always talk about the gap between the black people that was raised in 2-parent households? Mm-hmm. Now, from what I'm having an understanding, because this happened in my family too, personally, is that if you take a look at your family, you can see what happened. You can see the splinter, right? And it's very succinct. it's obvious, right, that there was a breakdown of whatever took place between that so-called relationship that you deem to be healthy, that the children have a different understanding, which would have been our parents. They have a different understanding of what that was. Obviously, because that when it filtered down to us having an understanding, because like we're the generation that kind of started this single, going my own way. We're doing, we're not, there's a lot of individual things going on with people. Some people are trying to bring stuff together, but there's a confusion on what the roles are, what gender roles are, how to be together in a relationship. And that's what I think that Will and Jada, because they are at the older branch, not the older, but I would say the middle branch of Gen X, they're very unique in that brand because we all kind of grew up in the same time period. You see what I'm saying? That group of us that came up around that time period of hypocrisy, seeing that the Leave It to Beaver, that was all a lie. That wasn't really real. They never talked about how hard it was to be in a relationship. It wasn't about love. It was about devotion. It was about duty more so than that. And that's what really held people together. That's the family unit. It ain't about love and I gotta like you all the time. It's about loving somebody in spite of their faults, right? That's why when it became a situation where people had to feel a certain way to be with people, then that's probably what started the trajectory that we're on now. Because if a woman has a choice to be with a man that she rather like than to be with a man that she's basically bound to by duty and family, then that's a whole different dynamic. That means that why I'm going to give up on myself and my legacy. But if it's all about how I feel and about me feeling good, then that's a different discussion. And I think that's what we're dealing with, the conversion of those two ideas at the same time.
A lot of that came with also the diminishment of Christianity in this country as a cultural force, because it did reinforce a duty to parents until, you get the prosperity gospels. And when that started happening, and then it was all about you and yourself, man, it was a trifecta.
Yes, sir.
Basically.
Yes, sir.
I feel like there was a lot of that. There was a lot of that
individualism, baby. Woo.
Individualism.
It was a lot of that absolving of you can do this, you can do that, no matter what, God forgives you. And I'm like, damn, dude, like when did y'all get held accountable? Like this motherfucker keep coming back pregnant. Or this nigga keep going out there every time you go outside the door, he back on crack. Like, I don't think you got any power, preacher. Like shit. Like
I tell you what year do y'all think that happened in?
That started happening
because I'm gonna give you a little bit of a date. We'll do 1990, and if your pastor was say in his 60s, meaning that he's still gonna give you the old school, right?
Oh yeah, I like the fire and brimstone. You're going to hell.
But you're getting condemnation, right? You're getting the guilt trip. But something is getting ready to change around that window. I don't know if it's 85 to 95, 90 to 2000, but something is about to happen, and those older pastors are starting to age out, and younger people are starting to come up. Okay. And there is no more condemnation. There is no more guilt tripping and acting right and behaving and consequences, right? That's starting to fade out. People leaving those churches and stuff and starting to, so what time frame do y'all think that was happening in?
I mean, I was born in 95, so I can't really answer that, but I do remember one of the churches I did go to, the pastor was a former pimp and everything.
I don't even know how that got to the altar.
Yeah. Like they bought a school and all like that. I would just go there sometimes. And one time I just asked Mom on about it. She said, the church ended up falling apart because he was sleeping with a couple of the people's wives in the congregation. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, you see that a lot more.
I don't want to say the age of TD Jakes because that Potter House bullshit. Well, I would want to say around Shirley Caesar and I forgot the other group. Like when the minute I started seeing more and more women, I'm not blaming y'all women, so don't take it for what it is. But the minute I started seeing the women run on the pulpit and start saying, "Hey, you are healed," and the issue of blood shit, and then come on, throw your tithes on there, and then the old niggas were like, "Oh shit, there's money in this." That's probably when I started seeing it really start ramp up out of control on Paradox was when they start saying, damn, there's money in this goddamn you could do whatever you want, ladies. And I started seeing the women preach. And I was like, oh shit. Oh shit. My granddaddy tried to fight it. And he was a bishop. He had a few churches. He said, "You know, woman gonna preach it in my damn church." And they're like, "Bishop." He was like, "No." He said, "No."
Oh man, that's hilarious.
My granddaddy got in trouble. They tried to say he had dementia. He said, "No, y'all women ain't supposed to be preaching in my damn church."
They're not. They're really not. Though.
He got in trouble. They said after that, a few months later, the Bishop Howell has dementia, y'all. We're going to be looking for another one. I'm in my right mind. I just said I don't want no woman. Y'all don't see y'all see my wife trying to preach. She sit right beside me. She don't need to preach. Mm-hmm. But they said they said he was the old tabernacle. And I said, oh shit. Man, they got rid of y'all.
I think everybody in the black church probably had the same experience at the exact same time.
Mm-hmm. I think there's something
you can probably timestamp it too, because everything you just said, I lived it.
Mm-hmm. But I think there used to be somewhat of a union between politics, religion, and nationhood, basically. Even though it's enshrined in our Constitution that the government cannot abridge religion,
Separation of church and state.
Separation of church and state. However, culturally, our religious point of view was attached to our sense of nationhood.
Yeah.
And that has been completely severed now.
They knew it. They knew that's all they had to do too was break that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's all you had to do was break that.
But I didn't see that many like politics like that. Our politics was that Bible. That was the politics was we had certain rules that we went by, and then that was it. You know what I'm saying? I grew up as a Pentecostal and a Mount Holiness AME. That was my daddy. My granddad had his church. You know what I'm saying? My grandma had her church that she came from, but when we knew it was time to go to church, we went to granddaddy's church. Now, when we started seeing politics start coming in, like somebody coming down from the county and they start talking about elections and stuff, we started seeing we can give y'all access to this. We can give you access to that. The original deacons turned that down. They were like, no. When the old guard, the old tabernacle, as I will call them, when they left out, we started getting benefits. We started getting new vans. We got some nigga from Colombia coming in, and I'm like, who's this guy? Who voted him in? Oh, the new bishop voted him in. The guy who's on the news up there in Washington? Yeah. Oh, shit.
Come on, man.
No, I'm saying, but we telling you, that's literally what happened.
Come on, man. You're a foul dude. Yo, you
I knew who he was talking to. What's he saying? The guy from town or Washington? Like, I know who this nigga talking about.
No. Hey. Listen. We can all pretend like stuff didn't happen, but that was like that was saying that was the end of our government. When they started getting rid of the old guard, the old patriarchal guard, and started offering them benefits in our congregation, we were done. That was it.
Think about this. I mean, excuse the slavery and all this other shit. The moral compass of this country has always been Christianity. Bottom line.
Yep.
So when now there is no moral compass. Right now it's a free fall.
Yep.
So how the hell did we think? I mean, let's just call a spade a spade. Christianity is not that restrictive. It's never been. You had free will. And if you fucked up, you got punished for it. That was it. The type of worship that you're required to do, it's not nearly as restrictive as Islam is. All your ass has to do is go to church and congregate. That's it.
Yeah. But the NFL's on Sunday. Shit, you made it difficult. I'm joking.
You
can even buy alcohol. Yeah.
Well, that was the thing about it. It was your duty if you wanted to congregate with the blacks. And listen, even if you was a gangbanger, you knew damn well you'd be at grandma's house turn off that damn rap shit, pick her up,
Yeah,
and take her down into the church. That
yeah,
was
pick
just
her back up
even if you. So that was your civil duty. You were the transportation. You knew to take. So that was a civil
inexorably linked to family. That's the whole point.
Right.
It was linked to family. Period. It was like if you were in a family, your ass going to church and you're going to meet your cousins and everybody else and the neighborhood block, the entire local tribe, they're going to be there.
How strict? Who has the strictest church on the call?
Shit, them goddamn AMEs, man. Them AMEs, boy. They
Seventh-day Adventists in the Catholic.
The 7 day. Yeah, fuck that. My wife's church, 7-day Adventists.
The churches I went to, women couldn't wear makeup or have piercings.
Ooh.
Look, I was raised a Jehovah's Witness. Women cannot be
well, there
part
you
of the eldership.
Well, no, that too. All of that. Yeah, all of that. Had to wear dresses all the way down to the ankles. The whole thing.
Oh yeah, because Jehovah's Witnesses, the women couldn't even wear pants up until the 1990s.
Yes. I wasn't a Jehovah's Witness though, but in our world, maybe mid 80s, but pretty close to 90, pretty close. And I mean, it didn't really matter. It was people weren't doing it anyway. So even when it was okay, people still weren't doing it because it was already locked in. People who were at a certain age, obviously.
I know Pentecostal. The women had to wear. I'm not sure if y'all did. Y'all have the way I had to wear the shawls. They had to wear the hats. The men sat on one side. The children went in the back, and the women sat on the other side. Elderly deacon sat on like it. It was like you knew your position of where you were stationed. Like if you was a guest, you had to stand. They weren't asking you. Like all people who are new to the church, please stand. Stand up. Yes. Hello, my name BMT. Well, who brought you here? DC. What you here for? I'm here to serve the Lord and give my life. Are you gonna come up and give your life to Jesus? They weren't asking. They were trying to. You gonna integrate? They were gonna try to integrate. Yeah. You came in 2 to 3 times, and then you came there because of a woman. Oh yes, it was a trap. Now you part of the church. Yeah, that's how they got you. We need new bodies.
Now, any of y'all churches find men wives and women husbands?
Yeah, they still do in the witnesses.
See, I guess I'm older. By the time I guess it was all the way corrupt, I was Baptist, and I did a little bit of apostolic, and yeah, that was forever.
So you missed all of that, huh? That's how it used to be. What we're talking about.
Yeah, I heard Baptist.
We're the tail end of it.
There was hardly no men in the church, man. When I became a teenager, that's what I'm doing. Like, look.
That's what me and DC talk about. It went from all women. Churches went to straight. It was 100% women. All the men dipped.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking that was the 90s. Was it? You think? I wish somebody has anyone done a book or anything on that, because it's such a time stamp. Because I think there was a mass exodus of men. It had to be the 90, 95, 2000 DC. What 92?
I would say.
It had to be like a mass exodus, bro.
Yeah, I'm saying you guys were young kids. That's why y'all was still in church. We're talking about the men that left. Like there were men in church.
Oh, I know.
These old heads.
Yeah, they left the church. There's two what y'all was talking about, the frustration. I can remember, man, like sometimes when I was still in college, right? I would my mom would make me go to my uncle's church, man, her brother, man, and that motherfucker would call me out every single time I sneak out. I'd be in the balcony, way in the back too. Oh yeah, my nephew back there. Yeah, stand up. He decided to go to church today. That's the whole sermon. Oh, John go to Megan church. I'm like, yo, man, come on, man, what you doing that for? Man,
everybody had to contribute to. That's what I said. Like everybody had. If you was I get what you're saying now, Paradox. Now I understand. There was an exodus of the males of the church. And it was in the 90s.
Yeah, in our generation, we left.
Yeah. That's why I called it the old. That's why how my granddad said the old tabernacle was taken out.
No, we wasn't an old tabernacle. The old men still stayed in the church. That's why you hear them whining. Oh, the 80s, they just died out.
My grandfather stopped. My grandfather stopped going to church in probably the 70s.
Damn.
Now he was born in 26, and he noticed it way back then. So he bounced. He started having church at his house.
Yep.
Well, see, that's why I said the old. When I mean by old tabernacle, I mean that of control. You know what I'm saying? Like having control.
Yeah, I got you.
And,
Yeah,
and you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's like that. Like I said, like even today, I felt like that was bullshit that they were saying my granddaddy had dementia. Like he just had his ways of how when it was Saturday, the men came there to the church to cut the grass, do the work.
Mm-hmm.
The women knew to go in the back. Certain women knew to go in the back, cook for the
Yep.
kids in the morning.
Right.
Yep.
Stuff
Right.
You
that
mean they had roles?
Yep.
Yeah.
Rolls were
whoa,
tough rolls.
whoa.
I'm gonna tell you something. I didn't know how valuable it was until today. I'm telling you, I did not
Listen,
know how valuable it was, boy. Y'all don't understand
listen.
the level of
My granddaddy
structure
got in
and
trouble.
restrict. Woof.
He got in trouble, Paradox, because he told my cousins came back from college. And he said, "Hey, y'all get in the back and go cook for the men." And they said, we're not. That's not our husbands." He said, "Say what?
Mm-hmm.
Say it again." And he started coming down. Now when he started coming down from the pulpit, with that iron cord, he coming to chop him. I seen him chop some people with that iron cord. Now that old day that you can't do that in church no more. Like that, I said was that abuse? Was he abusing us? But can't do that no more. That's why they said he was senile. You know, they were like, well, he's not allowed to do that. That's not his. I'm like, but that was positions. That was your position.
The old men in the church that I used to go to frequent when I was younger, they died out. And then like men that were a little bit older than me, and especially like my older brother and
They
them,
were remember they were frustrated, by the way, DC.
Yes, they were.
Yeah.
The men who we were teenagers, so they older me now, but back then they were actually young. I want to say they probably help me out with this, maybe 30 to 50.
Yeah.
Which was maybe the deacons, elders. Maybe there was the 30 to 50. So they're probably in their first or second marriage.
Yeah.
Kids are probably, well, we're the kids, obviously.
We're the children, yeah.
So either we're teenage mom kids, you're either teenage, we're either little kids from teenage moms, or people who got married in their late 30s, whatever, right? They were we saw that frustration. We were teenagers that they were having with the church. I remember that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we were teenagers in the 90s, and they were probably in the 30s and 40s by then. You could already start to see something wasn't. Something didn't seem right.
I don't really know that many people that's in our age group that still go to church regularly. I don't know. You
mean nowadays?
Yeah, it depends on which denomination.
I know people who stuck it out.
Yeah. Because I mean, like my nephews are Jehovah's Witnesses, and they go to church religiously.
Seventh-day
Adventists. Assemblies. Yes, they are dedicated to that organization.
But once they get that little bit of freedom, they out.
But what the church had to do was, this is what I was trying to explain, is that, and I watched the transformation happen. Obviously, we all did. It had to adapt to the secular culture. That's all that pretty much happened.
Right, that's true.
Because the membership wouldn't go. Nobody would go. People were leaving. People were looking for something different because the rules were too restrictive at that time frame. I remember like it was yesterday. And I started to watch people get more and more frustrated and started to leave the church of the older generation who were still holding on, who were probably, I guess, was in their 60s at that point, between that 60 and 70 age range. And America and the world, I guess, was changing rapidly. Mm-hmm. And so the new ideas was coming in. Even if you was 40 something, everybody got these new ideas and a new way to do things. And there was a clash, it seemed to be. It was a clash.
I'm gonna tell you guys something. I remember when Kirk Franklin first visited like a church that we went to visit. And I mean,
they let him come.
That's what I'm saying. When I tell you that the pastors were like, they looked at this dude, because I'm saying, I'm talking about 93, 94. I was still young, very, very, and he was young. He was like, he was jumping all over, like, we got this dude. He's like a brand new, He was like traveling the country. He was like a phenomenon, because he was just, incorporating that kind of high energy style, and he was real
R&B, funk, hip hop,
real popular. And I don't know if y'all ever knew about the singers here that's from DC, Richard Smallwood in the church, the singers.
Yeah, I heard of them.
They sing Calvary, so they're real popular. You know what I mean? So they, the choir thing was a big deal. And he was already like this supernova, like he was in his 20s. He was so young, man. And man, dude, the pastor at the church, he said, man, if this is what we're doing, like this is it's completely changing now. You know what I mean? Like
emasculating those older men, bro. I watched it happen over the whole country. It happened over the whole country, bro. It was a wave.
Like it was
a wave.
Who is this dude, man? He jumping around, jump, you know, everybody, you know,
stomp.
I mean, but this is like, I don't even think Stump was even out. He was just known.
Oh, before that.
Okay. This is like, he was very, very like, and you know, how churches were connected, you know, like,
right. It's all connected.
And they'll go travel to this country, like, oh, we got this young choir guy, he's real good. So, you know, that kind of deal. So,
but that was one of the highlights too, by the way, where you started to see the frustration. Because the new music was coming in, the kids want to hear the new stuff. They was tired of the old hymn music, depending on your church denomination and stuff. So you started to see where, just like in the secular world, where kids were in control, telling parents what to do, which they weren't able to do yet in the church world. Then that started to take hold in the church world. And once you do that, men of a certain age, they're out. Once the kids start telling people what to do, peace.
All right, put out of here.
Right, out of here. Right, out of here, bro. And you know, back at that time, you had all kinds of revivals. So you had people visiting churches, you know, people from churches from all over the nation would go visit each other, man. It was just very common at that particular time. There'd be like a revival. This is the visiting
convocation,
you know, or whatever. Yeah, congregation, and you'll go and listen to them and see what they got. And that was brand new. That was the flavor at the time. I remember. Yeah, just like yesterday. And I think I really stopped going to churches, like, I want to say, like, maybe in my
There was a lot of pressure. There was a lot of pressure not to mix and mingle of the world and in the world.
Yep.
And there was a lot of pressure as they was mixing it, when the younger people was trying to mix and mingle some of the secular behaviors within the church. And of course, that's where your division started. I mean, it was literally like it was yesterday, really. And the church had no power. The elders had no power. They had to either bend or break.
They couldn't stop it, man.
No, tidal wave. I think tsunami, basically.
Now that's what I'm saying about trying. That's what I mean by the collective, bro. That's what I mean by that. After a while, if the wave is going this one way, you're going to have to bend to even hold on to even the old tradition that you still want to hold on to. So even though they still got some of the old tenets, it's completely different now. You don't have to dress up. You can wear jeans.
You would say that's the vulnerable. You would say that's the vulnerabilities of a secular society.
Most churches, you don't have to have dress clothes to go to churches no more. Really. Pretty much.
A lot of black churches have went to the white way. Has went the white way. Shorter services and casual.
Yeah, very casual. Yeah, get you in and out of there. Yeah, we got an itinerary and we're gonna follow it. You know, Sister Clarice gonna do the announcements and come up showing how to do real quick. Get that in, and we out of here. You know, we out. I'm gonna get y'all out of here before the game come on. You know?
And people used to want to be at church. I mean, historically speaking, clearly.
Yeah.
And obviously, slavery and everything you tied all into. People was in church all day long for a reason.
Yeah.
And I think as the world has become, people got more success, more independence, more freedom. We're further away from Jim Crow and slavery and stuff. We became more American, obviously, right? More independent, more selfish, more personal. And I think it all kind of connects. As we become more American, we start to show those same behaviors in the white community that we start to show. And we're here. And it's just so weird when you look at it. We had I think Sunday was supposed to be more of a traditional thing outside of the church part, but us being a black race and being together because of our history of being in this country, probably.
Yeah, and it kept you tethered.
You got lost.
Kept you tethered to your community, kept you accountable. People knew who you were, so when they saw you out, they'll be like, "Oh, you so son. Oh, what?" So you was held accountable to a certain degree. Like you couldn't really just act up, or you'll start to straighten up as soon as you see somebody that you knew that was from the church, or related to somebody through the church, or some of that had some kind of hold on you. But yeah, clearly it's different now. And obviously, that's what I'm saying. We drifted away from the church collectively for a reason. I mean, so
the environment didn't require it anymore.
Yeah,
so there you go.
That's And we responded accordingly, which is kind of funny. Yeah, that's crazy.
And that's why I don't know if we could have made a different choice. Even when it came down to the drugs, the environment was what it was at that time. People were suffering financially, and they wanted to I remember playing cards and doing things on the weekend, especially Friday and Saturday was a big thing for our parents, like to release or kind of like relax, you know. So they would fall into vices, drinking, you know,
Mhm.
or smoking, whether it was cigarettes, weed, whatever the case may be. And then of course people fell into deeper abysses, you know. So that's what happened. That's what I saw. I mean, that was my experience.
But one of the things about those vices is though that they were managed because the community did help manage those vices.
Yeah, church had a lot to do with that too. Yeah, exactly. I agree. But I think,
but once you go individualism, you're going to be vulnerable because if you don't have infrastructure like in the European world, then you get what you get in our world, I guess.
Yeah,
because it's a disaster over there right now. So I don't even know how great that is outside of them not being criminalized.
Yeah, they criminalized drug and the abuse thing of.
If they would have just not criminalized us, I think it would have been a much different experience. Because in the white world right now, with their drug abuse, they're not criminalized and they're pretending that they're helping them, but they're really not. They're just leaving them alone and letting them sort of roam around. Just
zombie land.
Yeah. And so you're not being criminalized and they're pretending they're getting therapy, but you really can't fix some of this stuff. Once
you isolate them out in their own little community out in Glen Burnie.
You let them you don't criminalize them.
Keep them isolated out in the trailer parks and let them do what they do.
Yeah, tent cities and stuff, and you zombie them out and you let them and just what it is.
Yeah, because once you criminalize it,
you just ease off of them a little bit. You don't be so hard on them, basically.
You show them on 2020, you know what I'm saying? You got Ted Koppel talking about you guys and talking about how people are growing up in this certain community. You're like, damn, man. Then you start to kind of create a narrative about there's just something wrong with us. Is this not in them? It takes off from there.
Takes off from there.
Yeah. And here we are now, you know.
Because you would probably need 5 times the amount of prisons if you locked up white people the way you locked us up.
Oh my!
As far as what's happening now,
no, you can't. Yeah, you
got so many prisons. Oh my Lord!
And if you attribute the same negative, that's why I'm saying that's why the whole it's the same shit. Like you can't have it both ways. Like your condemnation for this one person has to apply to this same person the same way, especially when you're looking at them at the same time. Like one don't represent the other. Like you don't. What's the difference? What's the deviation point? You tell me. And that's where people got to start including race. But people don't. They think that black people want to include race. We don't. I hate it. I really do. I hate talking about it to a degree because I know people weaponize it. I know people make money off of it. I know people benefit from it. It doesn't make it any less true, though. You see what I'm saying? That's the bad part about it. It's just been weaponized and it's been basically cultural.
But you know what's crazy is that
a weapon, both sides of it. So
you think about the drugs that people are on now that are obviously harsher, in my opinion.
Oh, meth is a beast, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So not to be putting these people in jail all day long.
What's that?
It's just interesting.
You could die from the first use of it. Yeah. That's
I'm just saying, if you just study how they're being behaved, it's just interesting. You know, if that you didn't have to turn it into a crack era per se.
No, you did not.
And make a whole thing about it because I'm getting to see what it could look like as well, right? I'm getting to experience the other side of what it looks like if you don't do it.
Because you're not just victimizing. Remember, we started to isolate black families, so you're not just victimizing the person that's doing the drug. You're victimizing the whole family. Like, what's wrong with y'all?
Yep.
You know,
and you making us look bad.
The Thompsons over there
making us look bad.
Oh, they're fucked up. You seen him?
Yeah.
You seen Leonard over that motherfucker on drugs, nigga doing all kinds of crazy shit, running around butt naked. Like he hot sweating shit, you know, through the park. Yeah, I'm saying that's how it was.
Yeah, I know.
They should know better. They're making us look bad.
And that's
the
what
whole
I'm saying.
List of things, right?
So now your community is isolated. Now they don't want to help you. Now they locking the doors. They don't trust you. You still in.
And then what do you say? Crime bill, lock them niggas up.
See,
it's all connected, baby.
See, you start to hear things like niggas ain't shit.
Niggas ain't shit. Bitches ain't shit.
Project
babies. Hookies and Ray Rays. Keisha.
And the music ain't what started it. It was already happening.
Fucking idiot.
Oh, I be telling people that shit.
Already doing it. It was just when they reflected back out to it, they commoditize it. They made it into a thing and they made it into product. It was just like they made our pain our product. And we now the thing is that we bought a hook, line, and sinker because guess what drives this economy is exploitation and money. It's the same thing.
So it all fed into
Same thing.
itself.
That's what drives the so-called culture.
Still waiting on the white welfare queen and the white Pookie and the white Keisha. I ain't seen no narratives, no movies, no culture, no fire. I haven't seen nothing.
They wash it away, man, with our dysfunction, bro. We are the dysfunction. We are the dysfunction of America. When people say crime, we can't even separate it from black mindset in our minds, man.
Sure,
it's very hard to even. Just like when you think about Jesus, you think about the blue-eyed person that's in the Bible, man.
Yep.
It's like word association. It's very difficult to separate it. Very difficult. No matter if you had a whole big black Jesus with brown eyes up on.
Don't matter. You don't believe it. That ain't my Jesus.
No,
I don't know what nigga do
fair.
That's true.
Hold up. To be fair, I didn't see too many white Jesus growing up. I seen a lot of black Jesus. So when I do think of Jesus, I did think of him as black most of the time. Then I was like, he's probably more Middle Eastern. So I like the whole thing of white Jesus. I didn't see too much shit. I seen a lot of black Jesus in Europe.
I'm gonna tell you what I was told. We were told that Jesus was now the images was white, but no one ever said he was white, right? It was just the images were white in some of the Bibles and stuff, right?
Jesus don't have a race yet.
What they would say is Jesus was everybody. He was
everybody.
All colors.
Yeah.
What else was we say when we were kids? All colors, everybody's. I forget. It was a whole bunch of other stuff. Right. Jesus didn't have a race. Yeah, it was all that stuff. Yeah.
In some cases, Jesus had a twin brother. Shit.
But the images were white. It's so funny, actually.
Nah, so yeah. I remember seeing Asian Jesus.
That was on. I only seen one black image of Jesus in my life, and that was on that movie, on that TV show. Not with James and them. DC, you talk about all the time in Detroit. JJ,
what's happening? Good times.
Good times.
Good times.
Good times. Remember that they showed Jesus? He painted. JJ painted the image of Jesus.
Oh yeah. And the mom was mad as hell.
That's the only one I ever seen in my life.
Conditioning. That's true. That's true, bro. Everybody had that Jesus on the wall. That with the laminated color. We all had it in grandma's house. It's just a fact. Like it's very evident.
One of my aunts has that Bible.
You thought
one of my aunts has that right now in her hallway. She's in her mid-60s. She has that. She has a Bible with white Jesus right there on the. Is it emblazoned on ivory? Not ivory. What is that pearl or whatever? I forget that material. Really nice Bible.
With the thick,
I know.
Thick kind of cover. Yeah, it's probably there.
Yeah, it's a thick cover, white Bible, but then it has some stuff around it and
like some sparkles and shit on it, and then it looks like it's glowing and shit in the dark.
Yeah.
Wow. And it got blonde brown hair.
And you can't touch it. You put your hands up on your.
No, this one you can't touch. This one you can't touch.
You can't touch that Bible, bro.
Yeah, this one you can't touch. That's a fact. Can't touch it.
Shit, that's like an altar from Hoodoo. Shit,
that's in the room. That's in the room that nobody goes to, with the old ass piano sitting on the side over there too.
And look, you think I say anything pro black? You think I say anything about it? I left it alone. You going to the grave? I ain't saying nothing.
That shit ain't been played in years. We gotta wait till they leave to play the piano. Like, damn, man. Yeah, my grandmother got an old ass piano on the side here, man. Like, yo.
DC, you know I was gonna mess with her too, right? I said, is that a white man? But that's Caesar Borgia. It's like I'm gonna let her have it. Though. I'm gonna let her have it.
No, I ain't gonna destroy grandma's dream. You want to meet that white man? Go right ahead.
I was meet that white man in the sky.
I was like, yo, Jesus was a black man, fiery eyes and all that, hair like lamb's wool and all that. I was like, oh, okay.
That's what made it funny, because the book said those words, right? The bronze thing, but then the picture says you just never thought about it, I guess. You never thought to ask the question. But we don't remember something. We don't print the books, which makes sense too, right? We don't print the books. We don't make the paraphernalia. We don't do any of that stuff.
It's like I said.
We do more of it now, though.
It doesn't matter what the facts are when the propaganda is way more powerful. It doesn't.
No, what I mean is that we've changed. But no, what I'm saying is that I think around the 80s and 90s, when you had more of this prosperity preaching, you had an explosion of authors, book printings images.
Yeah.
I mean, just a whole new thing of paraphernalia you could start to market and sell. By the way, that
You
probably
think
was 80s, 90s time frame. I think when you really
think
start to see the explosion of that.
Club, you think the 700 Club is going to show a black or a real
Oh
depiction
well,
of
not the
Jesus
700
as
Club.
described in
No,
the scripture?
Hell no.
not the 700 Club.
TBN.
Not
I'm
talking
just saying
about
this.
that. TD Jakes will, though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, TD
Fred
Jakes will,
Price,
yeah.
Fred Price, TD Jakes, all those guys. They've been talking about it for years.
They'll do it. But what I'm saying is, like, would they, because they had like the whole, I forget, was it Tammy? What was their name?
Tammy Faye Baker.
Tammy Faye
Oh
Baker.
my God! With all that makeup on
Swagger
her
and all
face,
them.
and then the old head that she was with, like, oh man, they were like the crypt keepers.
Or Jim Baker, who now sells those goddamn
Jim
Survivor
Baker.
meals and shit now at his church.
Don't forget our true father, Billy Graham.
Oh, Billy
man.
Graham. Oh,
That's our spiritual leader now. That's
boy.
our American spiritual leader.
Man, Billy Graham
Speaks with the president. Gives them
Yeah.
advice. I said, is he the Pope? I don't know what's going on here.
Who is this white man?
I mean, we got chaplain services for a reason.
And it all goes back to what I was saying, man. The power of your mind is the resource, bro. At the end of the day, man, to make people move a certain way and to push them into a certain direction holds way more weight than any of this other stuff that we construct as being a reality, because it's not real if people don't believe in it. Money ain't real. All this shit. None of it. Don't matter.
Yeah.
If you do not have people that believe in it, hook, line, and sinker as something being part of their reality, then it don't matter. Don't matter at the end of the day if it's not workable in their mind.
But some things are real, which is what?
Oh shit. Well, yeah. Yeah, death is real, violence is real. Yeah. Yeah. War is real.
I was just gonna say
real.
clean. I was just gonna say clean water.
Yeah, clean water is real. Yeah, there's some
like that.
There's some physical things that you can never get around. Absolutely.
But I mean, if I'm to sum all of this up, abstract reality, which is religion, no longer acts in union with our biological realities.
Yeah.
And now we got all of these abstract ideas about men becoming women, about, I mean, we can start from that point and just keep working our way up, because as far as I'm concerned, you don't get any lower than that, because now you're talking about a species level interruption in our cognitive, in our cognitive ability to move culture down to the next generation. If the next generation don't even know where children come from, then we are truly fucked.
But there is a reason why that
they come from the test tube.
From there, like there is a reason why that's always been part of the same kind of culture, that deviant type of, sexual exploitation, doing things opposite of what was designed for your bodies to naturally do. If you believe in that kind of concept, that has always been a deviation. It's always been a part of the so-called Western culture to kind of clean up a little bit what I'm thinking here.
And like you said, it does tie back to all of the fantasies, I think, of very powerful people, right? Just forever.
Yeah.
Controlling people, maybe even turn them into robots if you can. All the ideas of the future about what a human being should or shouldn't be, all of that connected, right?
Yes, the sexual playhouse.
Yeah.
It's old.
I was even saying even man and machine, merging human beings, automation.
Older civilization as it's long, man. They curry favor because they can manipulate their environment or people's environment and their living conditions.
No, I'm saying like the perfect race with Hitler or Mao and them,
Yeah, it's the same thing.
All Han, people kill everybody off. Just those big ideas of the powerful people, and then it sort of trickles down.
It trickles down.
Eugenics is just a subset of all of that.
Yeah. Which is what I was trying to tell you earlier, DC, just so you know.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. When you put it into a racial concept of basically grouping all these people into a subset of a human species, into a group that you can basically create a narrative. You know how powerful that is? You know how hard it is to break that? It's damn near impossible.
Because one of my theories have been we need people to starve. We have to have poverty. And we have to have suffering to make our systems work on the planet. But you'll get someone who tells you the total opposite of that, which they would say is with all the technology, skill, all the technology that we have with fertilizer and producing food and being able to feed everybody in the world, the technology to make sure everyone has water in the world, but you still have half the world starving. Why do those two things don't, why those things can't connect?
That's the question.
Power.
That's the question.
Do
Yeah.
you need the agitation? It's almost like if you make it too comfortable for a human being, we start to what do you call it when you lose your muscle and stuff? Atrophy or whatever.
Atrophy.
So you
yeah.
need resistance. You need struggle in the game itself to make it real to you in a sense.
Yeah.
So do you need the
real, yeah.
right? So do you need the badlands? Do you need the struggle, the warfare? Do you need the famine, the death? Do you need to see that visually, right? I just wonder something. Do you need those things to make what we have exist? To give it value, to give it something, to make it valuable, to make us want to fight or die for this, or work ourselves to death for this, so we don't have that. And does that make any sense? Sound a little wonky?
I think
it makes sense.
I think that's the question of how the few that run societies. I think they struggle with that question all the time. Like, how open can we be to allowing more and more people into the so-called, what I would call the elite underclass group? Not the elite of the elite, but allowing a little bit more what they would call
basically no poverty, solving all poverty at the end of the day.
Or having a floor for poverty.
Having a floor. Yeah,
having
a floor.
Having a floor for it. Is what the discussion has to be, because at the end of the day, they're at an apex now where if it gets too out of control, and if people stop believing in the so-called construct that's been provided for, then you can't mistreat the people that's at the lower levels, which means that it all falls apart, because that is the base. That is the base that's holding up the pyramid at the end of the day. It still does. They just have to buy in. But if they can buy in at a low cost and keep them subsidized at a very, very low cost that doesn't extend to their power group, then it's worth it if they can still be in control.
The problem with subsidization at that level is that at some point you're going to have to diminish free will. And once you do that, you're opening a can of worms that inevitably lead to some type of revolution.
Right. It may still happen anyway. You just maybe it's the inevitability of it all. It's a cycle. We cycle in and out of, civilizations. It's just how it is with humans. Civilizations rise and they fall.
In other words, we're all doomed when it comes to
well, I don't know if it's doomed until we do something that we can't reverse. We can't reverse from, but we can't live with. And that's what I'm afraid of. That's when I talk about the stuff that I talk about, the real shit, the real shit. Like, not none of this ideas and this and that other. I'm talking about where calamities and stuff like that, like the stuff that we can really do to end it. And that's possible on this planet. Like, they got stuff that can end it all. They, and that's not something that nobody wants to see.
Well, I mean, when I'm talking about doom, philosophically, I think the end of all man is death. And I think that goes for societies too. I don't remove human beings from the extinction cycle in this universe.
Agreed. That's what I mean too. I mean the exact same thing. Yeah, I think we cycle in and out, and I think we can actually reset. We can start over. There may have been a civilization before us. There may have been
that Atlanta shit. There was.
I mean, that's why we have to get off this planet, by the way.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe we're doomed to keep repeating.
Man, it's not gonna happen again, bro. We're getting off this planet, bro.
Hey, man, I'm in the middle of rewatching The Expanse, so this shit is fresh.
I'm telling you, the merger between. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's my show.
Yeah, when they merge, when they do Singularity, and it really merges to where technology is going to become part of our human experience, then we're going to change. We're going to change. We're going to be a different species.
No, I'm saying our scientists know we're going to go extinct, no matter what we do or don't do. We know that, right? Human civilization has a limit, and that's it, and that doesn't really matter.
But that's what I'm saying.
Right. So the only thing you can do is merge with machines and get off this planet as soon as possible, right? That's the only answer. There is no other answer.
But you hear what I said, right? We won't be human at that particular point. We'd
be less human. Yeah. So be it. So be it.
Saying our origins will be that, but we'll be partly machine too.
We're just trying to keep our consciousness.
Well, you can find ways to keep consciousness. They have figuring out ways to keep literally to keep consciousness alive and
Oh yeah.
stuff like that. Yeah, where you can have something respond like a very, very popular person based off their life experiences as far as all the information that they can get from the web.
But could you imagine 1,000-year-old consciousness and what it don't care about no more?
That's what I'm saying.
Because I get bored now with people. But I couldn't imagine. Because you see the pattern. I do all pattern stuff. So
yeah,
I see
because
patterns.
you send the end result and you're like, this ain't going well. Let me eliminate half of the population to see we can go a different direction.
But no, I don't really like that.
Hey, I would actually like that idea.
No, but I'm just saying.
All right, Thanos. All right, Thanos.
If you think ahead of time and you take the variables away without emotion, right? And you think about where everything is heading, and you can calculate. They can already calculate things in the future with people.
Yeah. Yes.
There's enough information. They can tell people that's going to make it, not going to make it, who's going to fall out, who's going to fall in, who's going to be able to be mildly successful. We have outliers, but it doesn't distract from the mean.
And you have AI will be able to predict start to be able to predict your death, which they probably already can do. We just don't know about it yet.
They can already, they can.
Let me.
But they can already start to calculate that type of stuff. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah. So you say do you think humanity, it's given our literature that we are a 2,000 or 3,000 year old consciousness as a collective?
Collective, yeah, I do. Yeah. I think we're a collective consciousness overall. I do.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're from a single cell that existed, and we went from there. We're intricately connected. I do believe that. That's the reason why prayer is so powerful.
Well, that's true. I agree with that.
Which is anything where you get community, people together, same thing. You could do things, and I think you can affect the physical world if you believe in it strong enough.
But this goes back to the power of religion, because religion requires.
That's my whole point. That's why I mean by Agent Smith thing. The Agent Smith analogy that I gave is that celebrity is what does that. They can create little mini thems. Even though they're not living their life, they're projecting their personality and their lifestyle onto people that can't hold up under the onslaught of what they're seeing. And it affects them. It affects Black women. It affects Black men. It affects all of us. And then, even if you don't want it to affect you, you're talking to somebody that's affected by it. Like, who's this?
You can't run from it. Yeah.
So you can't escape it. So you're dealing with the fallout of the negativity that you're trying to fight up against. That's what I'm saying. But
which turns you to an outlier, by the way, and makes you that. You know what I'm saying? You get moved over.
But I was outlier at a very young age, so I've been dealing with it for a long time, even within my family. You see what I'm saying? But if you move out to like Idaho or Wyoming, somewhere where you don't have to deal with it as much, and you can cut your children and your wife or whatever.
You really want to deal with it at all, pretty much, really.
That's what I'm saying. You can do it here. People could, but guess what?
No, not here. I said out there. You'll be pretty much okay outside of a kid wanting to run away and move to Hollywood or some craziness, obviously. But outside that, you have a much better environment for sure.
Right. And
cities are mostly toxic, which I don't know why people tell people to move to cities. But anyway, I don't talk about that.
I mean, they used to say Black people like they said before, like back when they were brought over here, they used to live far away, but in between each other, and it was communion for important times. Like they said, they'll have their own farm space, and they would not live in close proximity to each other, like in city fashions for a lot of them. You had your cities like Benin City and everything, but a lot of Africans did not live that close to each other.
Cities seem to have. Has anyone wrote anything about cities and health?
Yeah,
because it seems like cities have issues with
yes.
What do you call it? Like cities get sick almost. It's this weird thing, to put it that way.
We were not meant to be.
It was something. It was some article I was looking at was talking about 6 cities or something. Anyway.
Maybe you can have a center of commerce and stuff like that. That's normally what it was supposed to be like.
That's what it's supposed to be, right? But it became something else.
Yeah, where people from small little surrounding, townships or little clans or little, tribes or whatever, they would come to the middle and then do their business, and then they'll go back to their little silos and live their life. It was peaceful that way. But when you have a situation where how we have it now, where the center is the center of everything, and then everything else is pushed out, it's an issue, bro. But I mean, that's just my opinion too. That's another opinion that I have. So
I mean, they were trying to escape hardship for an easier way of life.
Right.
And the cities did represent that.
Yeah.
It's difficult, man. And it's not conducive to family living either. It's not. It's very difficult for you to tell your children to be a certain way when they're dealing with that urban environment that's going to affect them at the same time. And they're seeing it affect you too. They're seeing how you're making compromises about what you're saying.
Let me not say sick, Ben. I would say poison, maybe. You think it's been poison? Is that a better word?
But what I'm saying is your children are seeing how you amend to the city and how you are bending to, you're bending rules to make it work or do things that are
right.
You're telling me to be honest, or you're telling me to do this and do that, and I'm seeing you kind of skirt the rules or do different things to kind of survive. But we settle on the mentality of that's just what mama had to do, what she had to do, daddy had to do what they had to do to for us to survive or whatever the case may be. So you adjust to it. Humans are
what I mean by that is, say if you don't have anything, you're in poverty, you're in a rough poverty, and you live in a small town, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're in the same level of poverty, but you live in the inner city. The two, what do you think the differences are?
The community.
Or do you think there's a difference?
There's a difference. There's a tremendous difference.
And is it something in the city that are poisonous? I don't want to use that word. I don't know what the word is, but it is something different about, because if you have money and success in the city, you can raise a family, enjoy your life, have a house out in the, wherever, and live and have a.
You're more isolated. It was different. Think about this. Cities were working at a higher level even when they were poor, but they still had a communal kind of mindset because they came from the South. So they kind of got communed with each other. So they'll go and ask, Sister Ali for some sugar or some bread. And they'll do things that way, it'll work, lady always
cheeks.
That's always on the table. You already know that, man. You start hearing the bed.
That's human nature there. You ain't getting around that one.
God, that ain't gonna change nowhere.
You want some more sugar? I just
I'm joking for you, man. That's the sugar. It's on the tip right here. Don't tip. Anyway, let me stop, man. But anyway. Yeah, we can get some final thoughts, man. We can get up out of here, man. We done ran for a long time, man. What y'all final thoughts are, man, before we jump up out of here?
I'll go first. I heard y'all talk about Dak Prescott, so I'll say something on that. Because I seen them, I was hoping they would win because we need the Chargers to lose because AFC race is tight. So but I still remember the ass whooping that y'all got from San Francisco. That I don't even know what to say about that. And I did pay attention. He said once he started pressing, he started playing horrible, and he was pressing that game. Like, yep, there you go.
Yeah.
But I don't know what to make of Dak. I really don't. I still think, honestly, QB play in the whole league is down. So he's still a top tier quarterback in the league, but nobody's really playing all that great because Patrick Mahomes ain't even all that impressive.
It's not down. The reason why it's like that is because you're using him as the barometer of all failure. But if you use him as the barometer of all failure, you know how you have to hold everybody to that standard now. And if
I'm not using him as the barometer. I'm not using it.
I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about the reason why it seemed like it's down is because you talk shit about him all the time. So if you talk shit about him all the time, when you compare him to other people, that's why Justin Herbert is getting heat. He never got this much heat, but when he played against that, they were like, "What the fuck is going on with you? Why you can't do? We lauded you as
you elite."
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? Now, not all his misses. Now you see all his misses. Everybody miss in the league though. That play, people miss in the league all the time. Now he was missing crazy now. Don't get it twisted. But that happens all the time in the league. And
Jalen Hurts 4 interceptions. Don't get covered up because you can't cover it up now because we're using the Dak lens, right? Brock Purdy couldn't close the game out. Now we're using the Dak lens. You're not getting no pass.
You get no passes. That's why it seems so down. But if you look at the numbers are still very high. You still got quarterbacks performing at a very high level overall, but it's just when you focus every game and you put so much focus on one game, it's just like we talked about the disparity with drugs. You could extrapolate this even into the Black community. The opioid thing crisis and how they criminalize the crack community. You see the difference? You see how we got criminalized and how that perception
They don't.
was? And how
It's a sickness. It's a sickness for them.
It's all about helping. It's all about doing. You got Emmett Smith talking about Narcan and all this type of shit and help out the white people when you talk. Come on, man. Come on, bro.
If I see any white junkies, I'm leaving them there.
Alone. Remember that's the biggest thing too, is leave them alone. Don't bother them.
No judgments.
Now remember something. You have white people. You do have white folks on the other side, right? That are saying, lock them up, get them off the streets.
Yeah.
The catch is what though? They have the other white people saying, no, you don't touch them, leave them alone.
So it gets no traction in their collective consciousness. You see how it works? Right. It doesn't get no traction. It doesn't hold.
Right.
I tell white people, say, I don't feel sorry for y'all. I told white people because I'm in southeastern Pennsylvania. There's a lot of Narcan and people. Yeah, there's a lot. West Virginia's right there, and I told them I don't feel sorry for you. And a lot of them know. See, they couldn't complain. I said because this ain't no different than the crack epidemic. And they said you're right because some of them use both, the opioids and crack.
And they gave them cover. Oh, it's the doctors. Oh, they had an injury in the hospital and they gave them too many drugs. Excuses. We didn't get no excuses. Right?
Extremely addictive. No excuse. It makes them very volatile. They do the very same things. They get They even do more criminal behavior. They are really at attacking cops. All that shit.
Oh, it's out of control. It's out of control.
Yeah, they don't care, bro. When they get high, they don't. Yeah, they go. They wild with it. Yeah.
But they're allowed to float around the country and hang out in Nevada and Arizona and all over Texas and California and just having a good old time.
Yeah, but the truth is, me, what I was saying all that is to say this. QB play ain't down, man. It's just who they're focusing on. That's the reason why it's down. Because if you focus on that guy and he plays at a certain level, he keeps it consistent because he's used to playing in chaos like that. These other quarterbacks, they used to playing with all that pressure. They can't deal with that shit week to week. He like putting all this pressure on me. Like I can't deal with it.
But this week though, but this week though, there was more interceptions than touchdown passes.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Like think about the week before and think about how everybody was shitting on him, right?
Oh yeah.
Now all your top 10 have a game like he did. Brock Purdy had the worst game.
That's a hell of a jinx, isn't it?
Think about it. All of that. Josh Allen did what Josh Allen do. Josh Allen
bad. Oh, Josh Allen
he's
bad.
up and down just like Dak is. He does the same.
Yeah, he is. He's overrated.
So you have all of these guys that do this, and the only one that's used to it and used to that type of lens and that kind of heat is the person that you're talking about is Dak. But they shit on him so hard, like he can't play, that it puts all this other pressure on these other kids. So when they have a bag, think about it, Jalen Hurts got to sit there and explain 3 interceptions. He ain't never had to do that. I'm like,
that was ugly.
And they're like, well, Dak, and they bringing up Dallas. Well, Dak, he didn't throw no picks against the team. What you think about that, Jalen?
Yeah. Don't y'all feel just laughing at that black man that got that contract? He needs to win.
Like you said, DC, they made it so, and you know what, they made it so negative that they're sort of trapped. If they keep it positive and kind of brush over the bad and just talk about the good, which is what they've done for years, you sort of ignore a lot of the bad games and just keep it positive. But they done made the Dak thing so loud. I feel like it's so negative and it's so loud. It's almost impossible. Like you said, it's almost impossible to kind of sort of divert that energy.
You got to swim against the stream, man. You can show facts to people and it doesn't matter. It literally, I've seen people say it. They'll be like, nope. I don't believe it. Nope. Garbage stats, all of that shit. Yeah, well, okay, if it's garbage stats, then why can't any of these other guys do garbage stats like that? Why this is
and one more thing I'm gonna get on the topic of what's her name? Will Smith's wife, Jada Pinkett. Damn, I forgot her already. She is probably irrelevant. But Jada Pinkett Smith.
Let's hope.
Yeah, I mean, when I looked at it and I heard got more context because they were married since I was 2 years old. Yeah. And the way I always looked at them that they were really happy and everything. I kind of knew she messed with Tupac, but I didn't know how serious it was until I got older. But I always would hear older black women saying he should have never married her. That's all. My grandmother said that. All my great aunts said that. They said like, nah, you should never married her. And I'm like, I didn't understand that. I didn't understand at that moment. As I got older, and it's his fault too because he kind of forced her in that predicament. But the way she's trying to tear down like this man, and he's helpless. I guess he's just not. I ain't gonna say helpless. I just think he wants to stay with her because that's who he truly fell in love with. But that's ugly, and I think that's gonna, like you said, it's gonna leave some repercussions for the next generation, especially for black men.
Yeah, for sure.
Because like I right now, I always thought about it like my grandparents married for 50 years. My mom and dad never got married. I'm like not atmosphere. I forgot the I'll just use atmosphere right now, but it's not right for that. The environment is not right for countries, different places. Support.
And we went in and out quick. Okay, go ahead, Smitty. You dropped off for a second. Keep going.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I would say I don't think the environment is right for marriage here in the United States, and I think the Will and Jada kind of shows that. That's what I want to talk about right there. Because when I say marriage, I just think in this it's out of date term in this country, and especially in the Western world.
I think it just needs a bit of a redefinition. That's all.
Yeah, that too.
If we look at marriage the way that we practiced it and then defined it that way, I don't think we will have a problem with marriage.
I agree with that. We have to redefine the mating ritual too.
Right.
Stop paying for women to curry affection. That model was old. It's outdated now. It doesn't do the same thing that it did before.
It doesn't.
It's not, provision is not what initially attract a woman to you wholesale. It can get you in the door, but it's not going to keep you there, bro. It's not going to keep you there.
Yeah, and start looking at term marriages when it comes down to it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that too. I mean, there are options. I mean, you know what I'm saying? There's options. I think it's going to just morph into something else, but it'll still be here in some kind of form or fashion.
Yeah. But yeah, and also they said, I heard you talking shit yesterday. Pittsburgh ain't a shithole, first of all. you live in Baltimore, nigga. You gotta dodge bullets to just get into your car.
Here we go.
Man, this is a shithole, but it's
shout out to Baltimore. I love Baltimore.
You go from one block to the next, and you can go from shithole to
Baltimore has tremendous potential.
Yes, it does.
Tremendous.
It's a lot of loyalty. I give it to it. They're very loyal, man. They're one of the most loyal people. You get a friend from Baltimore, you got a friend for life, man. That's
they good people. I never met really too many bad people from Baltimore, and they talk shit because I'm from Pittsburgh. So I tell them. Go ahead.
That's why I said earlier, if you meet a woman from Baltimore, if you meet her and she in her 25, 26, most likely she's already been tethered to a guy that's her. Mm-hmm. That's she's going to be loyal to. Period. It's just in them. Like you're not going to break that. She's going to always be friends. You're going to always be hovering around. You need to have a mindset. This is my opinion. You need to have a mindset like we can have fun, we can kick it, whatever. But dude, like I'm not going to I can't put my imprint on you when you already been imprinted by, your neighborhood dude that you grew up with. Y'all went to high school together, whatever the thing is. Y'all went to MS. Y'all know each other. You know what I'm saying? Like they loyal like that. They cool like that. So that's what I'm saying. It's hard to break that kind of, stronghold when it comes to strong local communities like that. Baltimore just one of them. In the nation. To me.
Yeah.
There's 40 million young, fresh immigrants who just got off the boat. So
yeah,
a lot of choices in America.
DC get a lot of influx, so you got a lot of Africans, you got a lot of people from other different areas that's here. So you can
too many.
So they're very fickle. Women from DC are very, very quick with it. A
lot of competition.
It's a lot.
Exactly. Yeah, but they're making their way up to Baltimore because I see my neighborhood getting gentrified fast.
That's right.
Yeah, they coming up.
Shit. That's right, man.
Yeah,
that's
come up, bring them up.
Yeah.
I need Baltimore. Baltimore at some point will go from a black and white city to a multicultural city. Just not there yet, but what's going to be a crazy thing to see it happen, bro.
So when that happens, it's going to be hard.
It's gonna be crazy.
They're gonna have a hard time making the shift because they love telling them old Baltimore stories, man. They love holding on to us old school there. You already know, man.
It's gonna be different.
Yeah, it's gonna be different when they fall into, because we see things change all the time. I mean, shit, I grew up around, like the shit ain't even there no more. Skylark gone, you know. Make it back up. Like they didn't change what club like, I mean, was it Life, or what was it called? Not Life, but Love. What was Love before it became Love?
Dream.
Dream. You know what I'm saying? So it was like Dream and Love, and you know, we used to changes. DC is like that. We used to different administrations, it changes as the administration. Depending on the administration, that's kind of like how the city kind of reacts to it in a black way, if that makes sense to you guys in a way.
Yeah, but the DC mayor,
and not just DC, it's all the counties surrounding it in Virginia and Maryland too. Both.
Yeah. I'm talking about the surrounding areas too.
Yeah, there is a vortex, basically.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah. It is. You're right. And you gotta have a unique mindset to not kind of spill over and talk about things like it's here, like it's everywhere. Because we do that sometimes, and I'm like, nah, we can't do that, man. We can't talk like everybody has the same experience. So when people talk about having strong and you know, Black communities and people making a lot of money, stuff like that. Well, that's all we see. You go to Bowie, you go to Largo. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You gonna see nice homes, Black people, but it doesn't change the dysfunction though. And that's where I think it's hard for people to understand. They think money is what's driving this, and that's not true. That's not true. That's not that. Because
DC is still a majority Black city. I checked. It's still majority Black.
Barely.
But I will still give it that majority. It ain't what it was back in Maryland.
It was 49.
Oh my God. No, we barely. Yeah.
But it was about 91%, I think, at one time, right? You go back far now.
91,
96, something like that.
Yeah, it was. They did not stay in the city, bro. They did not stay in the city.
Yeah, they moved to Prince George's County, Montgomery County, Herndon, Virginia, Fairfax, Arlington.
All the political people
down south.
They would either in Greenbelt,
went up north.
They were either in Greenbelt or in Crystal City.
Yeah,
like, so they can be
really Greenbelt back in the day,
really close to the pocket where they can get into the city real quick. Yep, NASA. Yep, that's where they go.
Yep.
Old Greenbelt for the people that know. Oh, you know what? Old Greenbelt, 193. You go in the back loop around there.
Spring Hill Lake.
Don't get caught around there. Oh my God, bro. Woo. Man. Police would still pull you over. They'd be like, how did you find out you got around here? Man. I used to mess with a joint. I'm like,
but you know what though? It gave you because you know you're not like in New York City where you're getting 20 million people from all over the world over generations. But DC is very, very small. But because of the counties,
it is. Yeah.
And the amount of import into 6 million people in the area roughly, but because of the import of people, you're meeting people from all over the world.
Yeah.
Just on a much smaller scale than say maybe New York or California, or whatever.
It's true,
but they're everywhere. Because if you in Herndon, you're meeting some people from some other part of the world. If you're in wherever, you know, so it's kind of.
So you're over there by TikTok now. That's all Spanish and everything. All that shit is just,
versus living like you said further out where you're just either Black or just white or
shit.
Both,
all the Africans working at the Black American History Museum. I'm like, God damn. That's when I was there. They all work in the museums. When I would visit DC.
Well, I would say Black Africans, depending on whether, because a lot of them were raised here with us. We didn't know a lot of them were African until you meet their families. You know,
the ones with the thick accent.
They integrate smoothly.
They there's a lot of Africans, man, here. There's a lot of Africans here for a long time.
Oh yeah. A lot of Ethiopians as well.
Yeah, most of them are like emissaries. They be up on Massachusetts and stuff like that. Most of the African kind of like emissaries around there. So you got different people that was raised because their parents came and moved here at a very early age, especially like in Falls Church, Virginia. They all over the place, man. That's Dumfries. Yeah, it's a lot of Africans, man. A lot of Montgomery Village. Oh my God. Yeah, they're everywhere, bro. But their children, you wouldn't know it because they're DC. They're DC.
Yeah. Montgomery County might be the most mixed, diverse in the state, though.
Yeah, you go to Montgomery County, Montgomery Village.
They're probably gonna be the most mixed.
Yeah,
especially Asians, Africans, especially Blacks, whites.
Because most of the Black people you're going to see, that's up around that way are going to be the Africans. They're going to be African. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be either African or from the Caribbean. One of the two. Yeah, so that goes.
I haven't met too many Caribbean people down in. It's always African or Spanish, but not too many Caribbean people I meet down in DC.
Most of DC is Caribbean people.
Yeah,
Yeah,
lots.
You just don't know it.
You don't know the Caribbean. Yeah, my father.
Well, one of the guy, at least half the people are Caribbean in DC. At least half.
My father is Caribbean. You see what I'm saying? So you wouldn't know it just.
That's right.
You're gonna have
It's
to ask
insane.
about it, but it's a lot of people you'd be like, yeah, they either have one parent that's either Caribbean or both, but they've been here so long, you can't tell the difference.
Nah, it's all the same. It's all integrated.
Yeah, we're all the same at this particular point. Yeah, true. But yeah, that's a good one. Go ahead, Desset. Go ahead. And you had anything else, Smitty, before we kind of like?
Oh no, that's good. That's good.
Cool. Go ahead.
Yeah, one of my major parting thoughts is human beings already know how to survive on this planet. We know how to advance. We know how to do all of this shit that is now giving us trouble. So my thing is this: if we go back, we don't really need to do much adjusting at all. All we have to do is look at the shit that's worked and then keep on doing it. Even with the integration of technology and the changes to our society, we still don't change how we act in this environment that we're in, but we can just keep on doing the opposite shit. So my suggestion in my own dream world is that technology be integrated.
That's that Baltimore shit.
Yeah, I'm from Baltimore. I'm from down south. I'm from Norfolk.
You've been there long enough.
Been there too long, yeah.
Man,
From Norfolk.
talking to damn Charles and shit.
Do you too?
Yeah.
The G's start to they start to drag out the technology. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, my thing is this: technological integration must include the biological component that is intrinsic to human existence. Without that, I think we're just spinning our wheels. And then when we do that, things such as all of these radical ideas that we have about biology will have to fall by the wayside because none of our technology will support it.
Okay.
So I'll end there.
Okay. Thanks, man. Thanks, guys, for coming up, man. Appreciate you, brothers, man. We'll catch you guys on the next on that side, man. Catch you on the other side.
Peace.
All right, Paradox, what you got, man? You got a final thought, man? Or we ready to close this thing on down?
That's all I got. This is the Code Breakers. This is Paradox.
And this is D. Until next time. Peace.